to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are going to be showcasing two different runs for you. We're going to be showcasing Bears in Space and Jak II 100%. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders. You can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role. You can keep tabs on all of our upcoming events that way. You can talk with our staff and showrunners and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information on that. Also, if you have missed out on any of our other shows or events, you can go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick to check out all of our VODs there. With all of that said, we've got our first run up here, Bears in Space. I'll hand it over to the runner commentary here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. It's been a little while since I've been here at GDQ Hotfix, but I'm back. It's good to see you all again. I'm Dangerous if you don't know me, and today we're going to be running a game called Bears in Space. Now, if that sounds like the name of a very silly game. So anyways, I brought some commentary with me if my couch wants to introduce themselves. Oscar?
Hi.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first.
Oh.
Hi. Do you want to go first? Go
You
for
go
it.
first.
All right, that's fine. My name is DE Cosmic. I have watched Dane play and run this game a bunch. I know how much he enjoys it. And I am excited for y'all to see it because it's a very cool game and a cool run.
And I'm Oscar424. I've played this a bit, nowhere near as much as Dane, and I was told there would be bears, and there may or may not be a space setting, so yeah.
She's being modest. She knows this run pretty well at this point. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started. We are going to be running this on easy mode because easy mode is the fastest, and there's also respawn mode included. Respawn mode, basically, instead of going back to checkpoint if we die, we just respawn in the arena, which, as you imagine, is much faster, especially because even on easy mode, this run's kind of difficult during the combat sections. And yeah, we're going to... there's an auto start for our live split timer. I don't know how to cue that up for this. So I'm just going to count us down, and I'll hit. I'll press the any key once we do the countdown. So let's begin in 3, 2, 1, go. So we can skip these first two cutscenes. Actually, this cutscene right here, we didn't used to be able to skip it, but now we can, which is very nice. I'm going to start out. I'm going to play through this first level a little bit more vanilla, just so you can kind of see what sort of game it is that we're playing. Now we are going to walk over the banana peels. This is mostly just meant for us to be damaged so that they can teach us that grabbing health packs is what you do if you get damaged at all. Like we never played a video game before. But yeah, this first level is kind of just like the tutorializing sequence. They just kind of show you how the controls work. They should kind of show you what the game is. And they set the tone for things. So this right here is a good example of this little monologue.
The famous spacetronaut, Captain Maxwell Adams. He's just one mission away from retirement.
Can I tell the story about the banana peels really quickly?
Let's save that for AGDQ, assuming it gets in. We don't know if it'll get in or not, but let's save that one for AGDQ. Because we don't want to give away everything, like right here on Hotfix. We gotta save a little bit for the mainline event, you know.
Also, and I agree with our wonderful producer, Railcoon. Why is the old man cheeked up?
There's actually a story about that. I can tell you. The concept artist, because I've become actually pretty good friends with the devs at this point from having run the game as much as I have. The devs told us that their concept artist on every iteration would continuously cake him up a little bit more each time.
We've just been going, now it's become blah, 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 blah,
Some heroes don't wear capes, man.
She just kept adding more and more cake to him every time. So some of you are probably wondering how I was able to move around just now. That's a little piece of speed tech called journal hovering. We'll talk more about that later. I'm not going to explain it yet because there's a good spot to explain it, and that'll be where we do so. All right, so...
That's
crap, which button do I hit? This one.
The U button.
I feel like I might have caused a problem there. Anyways, we can skip that cutscene. That was actually new. You used to not be able to skip that cutscene. You had to sit through the whole damn thing. But now we can skip it and go right to the end. So now we have Bertana on our back. Bertana, aka Mrs. Big Head from Rocko's Modern Life, as you can probably hear in her voice, is a different actor, by the way. Yeah, screw it, I'm not gonna bother with this one. she's now going to be accompanying us throughout this, and she'll be talking to us throughout the whole game.
What the heck is that? I'll just use the melee button to take it out, Maxie.
What the heck is that?
Good job, Maxie.
I couldn't hold it in. I really tried to hold in the laugh.
Bertana
but it
is an
just-
eternal mood, and what I strive to be when I grow up, to be old and grizzly and like
Grizzly.
a bear in
I
space.
get it.
old and grizzly.
I get the joke.
Sort of a polarizing statement. But,
Oh,
you know,
good grief.
we're out here.
You know, what's funny is the devs told me, they said, we strived very hard to make sure that we never made any bear puns, but bot puns are on the table. All right, I'm going to do a journal hover here. This one's actually really difficult to get, but that lets us walk right into the end level trigger and skip all the dialogue here, which is nice because saves a little bit of time that way. Now, we are running any percent legacy, and some people are probably wondering what that means. So legacy is basically the current 80% run of this game is down to about 49 minutes with plenty of time to save as well. By the way, there's going to be a couple of these types, old school type levels. The fastest way to do these is just to die as quickly as possible, and you can
Shmup
through them.
fans, look away!
Yeah, shmup fans, look away.
That's my favorite way to play shmup, Steve.
Boy.
Is that right there?
Boy.
Instantly eat yourself into the enemies. But yeah, like the current 80% runs about 49 minutes with loads removed. The run's also not terribly interesting in my opinion, so we're running an older route that does a lot of skips, but also still plays at least some of the game because the current route actually skips a lot of the really interesting parts, and that's no fun. So we're going to do that. So first thing we're going to do here is we are going to go and grab ourselves a couple of weapons. Take a little shortcut here. Get over to this button. And then this is Vic. He is our shopkeeper. He's the vendor. The RE4 merchant, if you will. He gives us the shotgun for free, but you have to pay for the ammo. And then we are
Would
going...
you say you have to spend?
Anyways, we are going to jump into here, and this is going to skip a whole long sequence by pushing that button early.
Very nice, dude.
Thank
Good
you.
stuff.
Now I'm going to do a journal hover or journal buffer right here in order to actually get behind these guys. Saves me a little bit of time from having to like turn around and aim a little bit more, so I can chop about a second off that way. So we had to do all of that after grabbing the weapon in order to hit this autosave, and then we are going to go into level select, open up Crashland, and restart the level from the beginning. So now we actually have the weapon in our inventory, and we're going to need those two guns for a little bit later in the run. Now we're going to do our first real out of bounds in the run. Have to replay through here a little bit. And we're going to do a journal hover, that tech I was talking about before, but we're still not going to explain it yet. We're actually going to wait till the next level to explain it because there's going to be a sequence of me flying away to the end of the level. That'll make sense later. So we're going to do a journal buffer right there. I'm going to float across the arena, and that gets us over here. That's floating right up here. That was kind of convenient. So a little fun thing, we're going to come over here because we need to get some money. We're going to need to buy some upgrades for these weapons as we go. And so what the developers very kindly did was they added a little button over here out of bounds. Also, they added a performance wall. This wasn't here in the original release. This is only on current patch. Also, that's a very cursed noise that it makes because...
headphone users alert.
Completes all of the level's side missions all at once. There's a couple of dev buttons throughout the game. Some of them are helpful, some of them aren't. But yeah, now that we have that, we are able to, over here, we're going to do a little bit of platforming. Now, there's a whole bunch of invisible walls here, so I have to kind of take a specific pathway to get over here. And we're still not done dealing with invisible walls yet. All right, so we are going to get into. Oh, almost didn't make that jump. We're going to get into the last arena. Now, it used to be that we actually had to do this fight, but if you come over here, do some fancy platforming, get into this spot right here, look right here and dash, you can actually hit the trigger that gets this rocket to spawn in. This rocket's only supposed to spawn in after you've completed the fight. So that's as a way that we can skip that fight right there and end the level. You can actually float directly into the end level trigger, but that does require doing the new route. And the new route, like I said, not the most interesting route, in my personal opinion. Yeah, now we go into Outskirts. Now, Outskirts is going to be where we do the first instance of journal hovering into the end level trigger, or into the end of the level sequence. Going to do a journal buffer here. That lets me skip a fight and a hallway sequence that we don't really feel any particularly need to do. Whoop. He's going to give us another weapon here. Let's take out these three to open this door. And now we are coming up on a section where if I goof up this part, I actually have to restart the level entirely. We have kind of a generous estimate for that reason, because mistakes can happen. They don't usually. We've got a pretty consistent method for this now. But we're going to do a journal buffer by opening photo mode, hitting X and U at the same time. And now we're going to float away. So that's just another way of doing a journal hover. So I'm going to let Asuka explain what exactly is going on here. I mean, we don't really know what's going on here, but how this whole thing works with journal buffering while I look at this stuff to see where I'm going.
This is a trick that I believe was discovered way back in the demo of this game. Yeah, if you, we didn't know to what extent initially, but pretty much anytime there's a cutscene of any kind, it's, if you pause and go to the journal at the exact, frame that the cutscene starts, you maintain control of your character. So with that, you can do a whole bunch of different things. You can jump in certain directions, you can run around in certain directions. Sometimes you are kind of bungee corded to some of the enemies, so you'll see some zoom in and zoom out feature, but it is pretty much used extensively throughout this entire run, and you'll see it used in a lot of different really fun ways, and it pretty much quite literally breaks the game. Now, what I like about the devs is a lot of times still the devs will see something like that and be like, patch out. Devs on the other hand are like, this is hilarious, keep using it, I want to see what it does. So
they did do that. I did not hit the dash that I meant to hit, so I have to sit through this, but that's okay. We actually have to come back into this level. We have to do this, basically have to do this level twice. Once to complete the level, and then once to get an item for it. So what we're going to do is go in here. We're going to do another journal hover. That's going to get us into the area where we get the key items. So I'm going to do dash here. I have to count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That should be enough. Perfect. So that is going to float us right over here. Even land on the platform. Very nice. Oop.
Hey.
And we are going to get a weapon called an item called the binary gun. The binary gun is just used in order to flip certain switches that we're going to have to hit later in the game. But in order to do that, we have to do a game show quiz.
Are you permitted to use this device? Answer this easy question to prove your permittance. The first Circle Robot to challenge the reverse clause was A. Delta Ray Robertson, 1. Robert De Toro, 0. Robbie Unitas, 4. Larry.
What do you think?
Or Larry!
Larry? All right, we'll go with Larry.
You could not be more incorrect.
Dang.
Larry, my entire life has been uprooted because of you. Sorry, or Larry.
It's because of Larry.
Yeah.
So, that every one of those answers is wrong. Just so you know, there would be a major sequence break if you couldn't do that. So instead, we have to gather 3 items to make a hacking device.
Let's see if we can use this gizmo on the computer.
And then you can overlap her dialogue here, which is a very cursed noise. And we're going to do that again as well.
We can abort the sequence now.
So now we have a boss fight. This is a fight against a very, very big robot. Like, I'll let the cutscene play through so you can just see how big this robot is.
This is the biggest robot to ever robot.
Mm-hmm. Optimus Prime could never.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, here we go.
Larry!
Wow. What a guy.
Look at that.
That was easy.
That's a binary.
All right, so this is the binary gun. We needed to get this for later in the run.
The item select button to
And then what we have to do is, again, hit another checkpoint, and then we can reload the level and proceed forward from here. So we're going to go back into level select, industrial zone, and go to the beginning. Now I'm actually going to try and do this this journal buffer here at the beginning so I can show you the elevator sequence. There we go.
Nice.
That's it. Thanks.
So by doing that, you can hit this button early because you keep getting warped backward for that particular sequence. Different sequences will just warp you like Oscar was saying before. There's like a tether feature with certain bits of dialogue, and that one just happens to do that. But if you hit the button early, you can get through there quickly. All right, we're going to do another journal buffer here, or journal hover, excuse me. And we're going to go directly into the end level trigger. For some reason, this feels like, this looks like a clown to me. Does this look like a clown to either of you?
I absolutely.
This is actually Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 in disguise.
Oh, this is Chapter 4. We were waiting for Chapter 4.
Yeah.
Mm.
But quick side note about the journal hovering and the buffering and everything that Dane's done while working on the speedrun for this game. The devs were so impressed with everything he's been doing with it that they actually made him an unofficial QA tester for the game. So Dane's actually in the credits.
And okay, Little Miss Modest here is also in the credits for the same reason, because she also did some official QA testing.
Okay.
Don't let her put it all on me. You also did some stuff for it.
All I did was confirm that journal buffering works in multiple different scenarios. You took it and ran with it, so you did more work. That's why.
Well, I didn't discover journal buffering, so.
Neither did I.
Yeah, we are floating into here. Now, fun fact, you can actually hard lock the game here if you are not careful. So we're going to land in here. Now, if you run down the middle, you will hard lock the game. So we are going to run down the side like this, right into the end level trigger, just like that.
Nice.
Nice and easy.
Very good.
Now we are loading in.
I remember I remember the early days of you running this before you knew about journal buffers.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember the look on your face when you started like routing it in. And it was because I remember this game being, over like 2 hours and probably like a little under sub 3. And it was just like, it's hard to overstate just how big, like how much is actually being skipped in this game, thanks to journal hovers and stuff.
Yeah, I did like a glitchless run, so to speak. And it was over 3 hours and I still had like 4 levels left. I didn't even end up finishing the run. So this is the Warden boss fight, but we can actually skip the Warden boss fight.
Stand before me. Word of your terror has reached my ears.
Reach my ears. The time of your reckoning is now.
Yeah, this is a major boss fight, and this boss is actually like humongous, and is a giant sponge. It takes forever to kill him on like in the any percent run because we skip all the weapon upgrades and everything. So we're instead going to do a journal buffer. We get over this wall, and then we are going to get kind of pushed down underneath the level, like so. And then the tethering system is going to kind of pull us back in. I have to be really careful here because there's a gigantic death plane that I have to get underneath before I can do this. Because if I hit that death plane, I'm going to get warped back in bounds. We don't want that yet. We don't want to do that until right about now.
Come forth and settle
Just like that.
Nice.
And that was the boss underneath the floor because the cutscene, he's like, he rises up from the floor and all that. That is going to take us into the dungeon. Oscar, would you like to talk through the dungeon for us?
Oh, geez. Well, Dane can actually, there's a whole series of things you have to get through to do all this stuff, but Dane can just jump into the trigger and talk to the prisoner if he wants to. but in doing so means that he's going to be doing a skip while dodging bullets, which is kind of a nightmare because there is a lot of shmup elements to this game. So, plus, honestly, this fight's actually kind of fun, and since we missed a lot of fights in the game, it's cool to just like chill and fight for a while. So, instead, what Dane's going to be doing is he's going to be doing a journal hover back into once he gets back to the original room, and then when he does that, he will then get to the end level trigger that way.
There we go. All right, so that's the
And my
fight.
dogs agree.
And this is going to be where we do this journal hover, so I have to...
I hear there's some help getting out.
This one always makes me nervous, because if you hit the floor there, you kind of botch it, and it's a little hard to recover from this if you botch it. So I have to navigate through this backwards because the camera's locked in place. And then once we're back in the original room, I'm going to float upward. And I'm looking for a visual cue to know where the collision ends on this wall so that I can go over the top of it. And it's right about, hold up. Right about here. There we go. All right. So I'm going to cycle through some of the dialogue to stop raising up. If I click through any of the dialogue, I will kind of lock my y-axis in place. If I hit space during any of that, I will start floating again. And then I can float right into the end level trigger right there. I missed it initially, but it's right there, as you can see. And now we go into Bottingham. Bottingham is going to be a fun level because we actually have a boss fight near the beginning, which you can skip, but what's the fun in that? You know? Why skip that?
Would you say you like pandemonium?
So I'm going to push the elevator and then come back and get some ammo upgrades for the weapons, and then that will refill my entire ammo cache. And that way I have full ammo going into this fight. So this was actually one of the characters that we met at the very beginning of the game. No, this is also a recurring enemy that we'll see more often. It's more like a mini boss than an actual boss fight. But we'll see a few of these as we go throughout the game. They have a giant shield that we have to break through using the Gatling weapon, and then once the shield is broken, I can wail on it a little bit with the shotgun. And he's not actually this spongy normally, but the problem is that we haven't been getting any weapon upgrades, so we're pretty underleveled going into all of these later sequences. Okay, can I grab... Okay, I grabbed a little bit of health, but not a lot. So this is actually a boss called the Chairman, but we're actually going to end up skipping him later in the game because you're actually going to fight him later on, but we're not going to fight him. All right, so we're going to do another photo mode version of this journal hover just because the trigger for it's actually kind of inconsistent.
Hey, you two. Good to see you made your way out of that dank dog
And
prison.
I'm going to
welcome you to New
I hit something.
one of the oldest regions on this planet.
Oh, weird. I must have hit like an invisible collision model. So now we're going to float and go into the end level trigger again. Now, we actually want to finish this level first initially, but then we have to come back in order to get the Magna Swing. The nice thing is you can start the level from certain checkpoints once you've completed the level, and one of the checkpoints actually puts you right before the Magna Swing. It's wonderful. It's one of the nicest little placements of a checkpoint ever. So I'm going to kind of keep an eye out for a visual cue, and it is that yellow domed building in the corner. I'm going to cycle through, and I'm way too far over. Uh-oh, this might be a problem.
Uh-oh.
Nope, we're good. I landed in.
All right,
okay, we're good.
awesome.
I was worried for a second, but we're going to slide ourselves in here, hit a trigger, and that pulls us into the end of the level, just like that.
Oh, wow.
And then...
I forgot about this skip.
Yeah. Now, again, we have to come back into the level. I constantly forget to do this, so easiest way to do this is actually go back into the main menu and then do level select from there. We could load in and then do the level select from the pause menu, but this is better because the timer's paused during this part. So, Bottingham, and then we're going to go to the guard's approach. This is the checkpoint that puts us right before the Magna Swing, which is really convenient. All right, so I'm going to try and do a journal hover here. The problem is I don't really know where the trigger line is precisely. There it is.
Side note, you might notice that some of those characters were literally cardboard cutouts, and you might ask yourself, is that a common thing for some of these characters? Yes. If you might ask yourself why. Anyway, continue on with the run.
Because. Yeah, we have to do a little fight here in order to get this. Hello? I don't know how that didn't land. Ah, darn, I missed it. You can do a journal buffer there to be able to move into this trigger a little bit early. Saves a couple seconds. And then we're going to go, now that we actually have the Magna Swing, we can go into Bot Day. So war has ravaged the lands.
What is
something.
Good for?
But yeah, we're we're going straight into the middle of a battlefield that we luckily can go out of bounds and skip most of it. This level also has the best journal hover in the game. You'll know it when you see it. It is very obvious when you see it. All right.
And
okay.
I was gonna say, while Dean, you're working on getting there at that point, for those that are interested in playing this game, do check it out casually, because the amount of memes and comedy and hilarity and everything in this game is just priceless. Like, one of my favorite things in this entire game is actually the tier 3 pistol, because the gun's upgraded, they look different, and the maximum gun is interesting. And the maximum pistol's interesting.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a ton that we don't see in this speed run, like, at all. I think the casual playthrough for this is what, like 15 hours? Or something
yeah, it's pretty
like
long
that?
for a shooter, but it's 15 hours of just nonstop jokes and comedy. It's really, really good.
It pretty much does a shout out to like any game and any meme that you can think of, and it's beautiful.
Agreed. And plus, it's the first game from this particular dev studio, and the devs, when I was doing my casual playthrough, they popped up in my chat and were hanging out, and they're 3 of the coolest dudes I've ever got a chance to talk to, and so if we can get more support for their games and they can make more games later, I think that is a great thing. So I'm going to do. Oh no, I hit a rock. No. Okay, well, I can just take the long way around. So
rock.
Yeah, there's a little weird rock that juts out there and whatnot. All right, the best journal hover in the game is coming up in just a moment. Oh, no, wrong one. So I'm using these jump pads just to get up here a little faster. So we're going to use this guy right here to do it.
Are you done exploring?
No. For I have not yet explored the skies. And we just float away.
To boldly go where no bear has gone before.
Well, so.
And correct me if I'm wrong with the photo mode stuff. You're using photo mode to allow your character to move into the cutscene easier.
Yeah. It's slower, but with some cutscenes, it's just a lot easier to do it. Like the one at the beginning of Bottingham. So we floated into the end level sequence. Now there is another sequence that we could do here, but the problem is that it takes forever and you control this really annoying turret that's really hard to control. So instead we just jump into the end level trigger by doing some fancy platforming. Makes things easy. Alrighty, and that brings us into the rolling bot. So I have to come over here real quick to hit a checkpoint. Just in case this goes wrong. Doesn't usually, but we're going to use the dojo here.
This dojo is only
nice.
for those who have
in order
worked hard
to
achieve their whitehead
kind of lock us into this. I'm going to pass by 3 pillars and then start floating.
Ways to go before you can train with us. I suggest you look within yourself.
So it used to be that we actually had to go into the fight proper, because this is a whole big horde mode sequence with 2 boss fights, and it was tough and it took forever casually. That now we can actually get over here a lot easier. And then thank Zen for this so much. Zen is the guy who broke this game to pieces. I'm still upset at him for that, by the way, but he did give us he made what was the run killer of run killers, made this skip completely free.
Yeah, well,
I think this is far enough. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to, this is also really eerie without music. It used to be that music would play if you actually started the arena sequence. We're going to land here. I'm going to jump underneath, crouch. And that takes us into the end level sequence here. You might be confused of what's going on here. Don't worry about it. It's something you'll see casually. We're going into the next level. there's a whole game show sequence. You play casually, you'll see it. It's very goofy. Yeah, this takes us into train station. Train station actually has two. Oh shoot! Train station has 2 items. So actually, I'll do this one first. I normally don't do this in this order, but I guess it just would be easier to do it this way. So yeah, this is RNG. You want to talk through the dial-a-bot?
Yeah, so basically Dane has to look at the bot that's above the door and match it on his little dial-a-bot code. And once he does that, it's a head and a torso, it'll tell you the code to open the door. And it's really annoying because it is RNG. It's usually the worst possible combination.
Yeah. By the way, what's everyone's favorite snack food?
Coca-Cola?
It's not cheese and crackers?
It is. It will be after you play this game.
I was gonna answer cheese and crackers, and then she came out the cut with Coca-Cola, and my brain just blanked.
All right, so we hit the checkpoint trigger here, and then we're actually going to go into level select, and then restart the level that way. Normally I do this after completing the level, but since I missed the trigger the first time, I guess I'm just going to do them backward instead. So this one, there we go.
Hey, Matt, a dial-up. It lets you get into doors like the one behind me.
And you can see right there that the bot's already different. So yeah, you can't really prep for that.
Yeah, so we are going to... this actually was changed in current patch. It used to be that the dialogue here was timed, then they added a lock-in feature for it, so you can control when to skip it. Normally, we don't want that, but then they added that in, so it actually changes the dynamic of the sequence a little bit. Makes things a little bit easier, skips a little bit of platforming. I don't know how much time it actually saves, but it just makes things a little bit easier in the long run for us. So we're going to mantle all the way over here. Oop. I'm going to fall down this side area because I'm bad at platforming apparently. And we are going to... Whoa! There we go. Lots of weird collision right here. So I'm going to go around a trigger here, hit this checkpoint trigger, and then I'm going to... Come on, Victor. Thank you.
Maxie and BT, I acquired myself some new...
All right, so we're going to do a journal buffer, or journal hover to get into the end of the level where we are going to meet Sven. Sven, well, you'll know Sven when you see him.
You could say he had an early retirement. Yep, won't be hearing from him no more. I killed him, Max. Come in and spend.
I just love that whiplash of emotion.
Won't be hearing from him no more. All right, gonna hit the checkpoint trigger here, and we are going to do a frame perfect skip. Luckily, it's the only frame perfect skip in the run. This is also why we have a kind of a generous estimate. And that's why we hit that checkpoint, because this is a really finicky skip.
This one's tough. I feel like for a while Outskirts was the one that was like the big one too, other than obviously the arena that you were talking about. But this one right here is just nice.
This one sucks.
Second try.
This is now the hardest one.
Yeah.
First try plus one. Well, that's because you have to hit the target with the binary gun and then instantaneously activate the journal or the photo mode. It's not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, it's a very, and it's not like you press them at the same time. If you press them at the same time, you won't open the journal. So you have to like open the journal slightly faster, and it's just tricky. So this is actually kind of a tricky skip.
Much to see.
We are on a timer right now, as soon as you skip through the rest of that dialogue. So I have to do this part pretty quickly in order to get into here, grab the chunk of metal. Now, I'm going to spam the journal over and over until Sven pulls us back in bounds.
At least 2 robot years ago, but no more than 4, in a time when all robots were made of stone, a gigantic temple was constructed to
I'm letting
house
his
the
dialogue
2
play
holy
through.
relics given by the robot gods, Scrapitus and Bouncitus. Lost to time, the temple was cared for by the sacred tour guides. Generation after generation, they were sworn to secrecy so that its holy relics could not be found and combined. For as we all know, what happens if that event...
I mean, we're just building lore here. It's, in reality, there's 10 types of people in the world, those that appreciate lore and those that don't.
Behold this uncharted temple and progress to the next room.
Anyways. Yeah, I like letting that sequence of dialogue play out if I can. All right, so now we are going to so yeah, this is all bouncy surfaces, and getting in here is kind of not usually this difficult. There we go. We're going to bounce in through this arena.
I love the hyper bounce.
It is pretty funny. All right, so now we are going to have to do a fight here, but before we do that, we have to kind of split this beam of light.
BT, you found me. And who's your friend? This is Max. Nice to meet you. I'm Nifo. I wish I had more to say, but this conversation
He seems like a nice guy.
bad joke.
Guys, gonna melee him to get the fight going. This fight's actually kind of tough because I am limited on ammo, and there's some heavies in here. So I'm gonna take out the big guys first. Oh, I'm out of shotgun ammo. That's bad. Ooh.
Now, while he's fighting this, there are so many really fun weapons in this game. Like, absolutely check them out. Like I said before.
Like this very small gun.
Yes, this is the SFG. You know, like the BFG from Doom. But the SFG.
It's upgrades so much. So funny.
Oh yeah, the SFG has an upgrade version. Yeah, so we haven't really talked super extensively about the upgrades yet. You upgrade the weapons. Capped out. You upgrade the weapons by killing more robots, and the upgrades will happen automatically once you've killed X number of robots with a certain weapon. And different upgrades have, obviously they get more powerful. They, can do different things. But there's a little joke kind of written into a bunch of them. Like the carp gun is a good example. I know that's your favorite.
Love when you finally. Well, I caught on to exactly what it was trying to do right away. It was just watching your reaction real time when it clicked for you what the joke was priceless.
Yep. Yeah, the SFG, was said in chat, is inspired by the noisy cricket from Men in Black. There's actually a lot of Men in Black references in this game. So, this is the sheet of metal. This is another item that we need in order to reflect lasers. So, and normally we would just skip it because there's only one other place where we need it. But we actually do need this in order to finish the level. Otherwise, we could just skip right into the end of the level straight away. By the way, this Ben right here is voiced by Gianni Matrograno. If you follow voice actors at all, you'll know who that is. The man of a million voices. Has a tremendous amount of range and is an incredibly talented voice actor. He also voices Max, the caked up gentleman in that art. So I'm gonna refill my ammo here just because I'm plumb empty. And this level is mostly a giant boss fight. However, I am going to be able to skip it again with journal buffering. So I'm going to hit that one. Now, if you do this correctly, nice. You can save yourself a little bit of platforming. It's a very tight jump. Very, very tricky to get.
Too bad if not.
All right, so now we are going to be able to skip Cletus, the next boss, by avoiding getting mugged by a couch. That sentence might sound a little weird to some of you. It'll make sense in a moment. So this speaker right here is our visual cue, because it's this line right here, this particular bar. Oh no, it's this one. Just kidding.
Attention.
So we're going to avoid getting mugged by a couch. Hopefully
That's
now this
actually
makes
the
sense
booth.
to you all.
Yeah, that's actually the couch Cosmic and I are sitting on for couch commentary. Cow hat and all.
It's going to cushion our fall.
Right?
Yeah, so we're going to float over this. Now, I can't get too close or I would bump into that, and that would actually be a major problem. So I need to get over this wall right here. There we go. The collision extends a little higher than the actual wall model. That's Cletus right there, by the way. So this cutscene plays where he floats over, gets in bounds, and that's where the fight starts. But again, we are going to be able to skip the whole thing. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Ah!
And then this cool music kicks in.
Yep. And then there's actually a giant invisible wall right here, and we're on the other side of it, so we can jump right into the end level trigger, just like that. Oscar was in a call with me one night when I found that, and yeah, that she could tell you my reaction when I realized what I did. It was like, oh my
Dane
God.
Dane has a specific emote that pretty much sums that up quite nicely, and I will put in
Yeah.
the danger pog, as I put in chat.
Silly. All right. So now,
Hey, I'm trying to keep a positive attitude for this.
Hold on.
positive, I get it.
Okay.
I got that. All right. So this is the carnival. The carnival is a very long level because there's a whoa. Almost rushed right over the edge. It's a very long level because there's a we have to do one of 3 different sections in order to complete it. They actually give you the option of which one you want to do. Which carnival attraction do you want to go? Do you want to go complete? And you can complete all 3. And casually, I did, but speed run. We want to go fast. So I'm going to.
This area specifically reminds me a lot of like the final areas of Eternal, with all the different platforms and everything.
Huh. Never did play it.
Oh, well that would explain it.
All right, so I'm going to. Oh, nice. That guy's been grabbing me in practice a few times, which is very frustrating. You can actually skip doing this here if you hit the warp trigger, but I am a little bit not super confident in doing that. I'm gonna set that laser up, and we're gonna do another redirect with it. Forgot there's also one in this level too. Going to where's that there? Ah! Face taking a bunch of bullets here.
Actually, really quickly, as you see Dane going through this level, those purple and black platforms that say platform helper, it's actually a really nice thing on the easy difficulty, where actually no, it's its own separate category.
It's separate toggle, yeah.
And like some of the jumps can be kind of rough, especially when you're dealing with a lot of enemies or speed running for that matter. So Dane being the super mod, I believe, for Bears in Space, or the main mod, put in platform helpers as an option to use for the speedrun. Just it's one less thing to worry about, and they're really nice. And the first time I played through a platform helper, I think I was in a call with you, and I kind of lost my mind when I saw it said platform helper. It said it's a happy.
It's pretty funny. All right, so we're going to do another journal buffer here, if I can get the binary gun to come out. So we're going to use a little side mission over here in order to get over a big wall and skip a whole sequence. This is kind of tricky, so give me a second.
Hey, I got a
Okay. Well, we're not out of the woods yet. I still have to clear this asteroid behind me, which is kind of a nightmare. Okay, we are good. Okay, so now we're going to float into the carnival proper. This skip, by the way, right here, was actually added a little bit later on in the game's history. And with this skip, we've completely skipped Gormak, which is my favorite character. Completely does not show up in the speedrun anymore, which is very sad. Luckily, we are going to do an older version of, we're doing an older version of this route, which is why it's called Legacy. And so we will get to meet Gormak in the next level, as a matter of fact. So I think this is right here.
I will say, while you're in space floating like that, would you call yourself a rocket man?
Dude, I was gonna say this skip rocks, but that also works.
Here's Dane immediately regretting his commentary.
Exactly. So there's 3 different sequences we can do. We do this one because it is the shortest one out of all of them. One of them actually has Time Crisis. There's a Time Crisis themed sort of thing. So we're going to walk a fashion show, and all of these robots are calling us a freak and deformed and just really mean things. And Bertana, of course, is making fun of us for that.
Oh, Mac, that really got your number. Ew, why does that so much fur? I never knew a bear could be so ugly.
Shout out to the afros, though, because...
Yeah, for real.
Now that's taking things too far. Time to teach these punks a lesson in deactivation.
So now you're going to get to see combat with Bertana. So yeah, there's a couple of sequences where you can basically have Bertana take over and you can melee combat everything. This is sort of reminiscent of the Berserk from Doom, if you are familiar with that title. Now, we actually get to do this. They introduced this much earlier in the game, but we've skipped all the sequences where it happens. So this is the first time we're actually seeing it in the run proper. Them out.
I love the bear Doken, too. It's so great.
I think that's all of them, yeah. And then we take over as Maxi for the next sequence.
On these bigger, tougher bots. You deal with this, Maxi. I'm having a nap.
Come on. I must have missed one of those initial shots. So the guys with the shields are the trigger enemies. There we go. And that opens the door so we can get into here. And we don't have to kill everything here, but we do have to kill a few things. I'm going to... trying to avoid getting grabbed. There we go.
And there's such cool enemy designs in this game.
Oh, I agree.
100%.
There's always something different happening on the screen in this too. It's just so cool.
I think that's all the trigger enemies. Nope, I'm missing one somewhere. There you are. Oh, nope. You too? Yeah, this guy's invulnerable while he's in that state. I think that's all of them. There we go. Cool. All right, so now that we've completed that.
Bullying sure has taught me a lesson. Bullying is only funny when it's not happening to you.
Oh God, do I have to say the thing?
Hey, oh, I'll leave.
So you're supposed to have a little animation where you drop down. That didn't play. I mean, it doesn't really change anything, but that was a little odd that happened. I can't say that I've seen that particular event occur before.
I will shower you with puns for the rest of this run, even more than I had anticipated, if you don't say the thing.
Never happened before.
Oi, look who's alive.
Yay!
We're still gonna do it though.
Yeah.
Sorry to say.
So this
still got things on
is
deck.
Radium in the Stadium, where we fight the Immaculate Strongo. I also severely broke that cutscene by doing a journal buffer into it. It's not supposed to be played quite like that. You can actually skip into the end of the level and warp right to the end, but where's the fun in that? Let's fight the Immaculate Strongo instead. So there's a little mini game where you have to just kind of wail on this guy, and then he will basically every time you hit his blind side like that, he'll let you hit him anywhere between 0 to 3 times before he queues up another swing like that, and you just have to lean in whatever respective direction.
That was a good round.
And then there's going to be 2 rounds. They'll of course, wait till at the halfway point. They'll take a break and play another cutscene, and then we have to finish off the fight in the second round, and they're going to add another attack for Strongo. It's kind of just a silly little sequence, but it's funny to do in a run.
Immaculate Strongo will break you now.
It also made him Russian, I think.
Well, yeah, I figured because it's Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
Something like that. So yeah, they'll add the lean back move now. The lean back move, you can't hit his blind side. So every time he does the lean back attack is a time loss. And he'll usually do somewhere between like 2 or 3 or 4 of them at a time. And it's very annoying when he does. It's just time loss, man. Oh, he's playing very nice today. He usually does the lean back attack like about 5 or 6 times per fight. And that's the fight, just like that. Now, for whatever reason, the end level part of this particular level kind of broke in a recent patch. I'm not doing any journal buffers. I haven't done a journal buffer since the beginning of the level. I'm not going to journal buffer anything else. I'm just going to play this kind of vanilla, and you'll see what I mean. So for whatever reason, okay, we skipped the cutscene, and then... oh, it didn't happen this time. Oh, that's so weird. So for whatever reason, the last couple of runs on this particular patch, it didn't happen in an old patch, but on this particular patch, the camera kind of broke and you could move around the cutscene. No trickery with the journal or anything like that. It just the camera just kind of broke. And I don't know why, but then it didn't happen this time. That's a little odd. But yeah, so that's Radium. And now we're going into Grobia. Grobia was the level that prompted me to have a trainer made for this game because this level was a pain in the butt to route.
Max, what were you
And this level also has Cosmic's favorite skip because he got to name it.
True.
Would you like to tell everyone? Because it's right here.
So we have to go and get this guy called Wired Steve, but we're not going to go and get him for his friend. So the skip is called Wireless Steve.
I stuck. There we go.
There we go. Nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Wireless Steve.
Cosmic came up with that name, and I was like, well, that's going to be the name of the skip now. So I'm going to actually take this guy out and this guy. You don't strictly have to, but the skip we're going to do in a little bit would actually be a lot harder with, that'd be pelting us with bullets while we're doing a journal hover, and that would be kind of annoying, so come on. So yeah, navigating, oh boy, almost flew over the edge. Navigating through all of this rain was just a real pain in the butt, so instead of just kind of flying blind trying to figure it out, I hit up a friend of mine who I know is very good with Unreal Engine, and I asked him to make a trainer for me. And because of his trainer, that's what allowed us to completely just shatter this run. So I'll do some counting here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20 for good luck. All right, so if you are a fan of, this might be a problem.
I'm not really a fan of this might be a problem.
Oh, shoot, I gotta redo it. That's why we grabbed that checkpoint early on. All right, I'm gonna be a little bit more precise with this. This is a kind of a tricky skip the timeout, so I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to what I'm doing here. So and
this skip saves a ton of time.
Oh, it's a huge. This skip saves probably 15 minutes. So
yeah, it's a
line
lot.
up right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, do 21 for good luck.
No worries, Ledge. I'll be.
All right, this is going to drop us into, so this is, as you might imagine, a boss. But before we do that, we have to do a twin stick sequence.
General Fudge Bottom.
So this is General Fudge Bottom.
That button back there that you hit first doesn't appear if you hit certain triggers, correct?
It does appear, but if you approach this sequence from the other side, something breaks, and yeah. So that first button we pushed out of bounds is a dev button. Both of those are dev buttons, but what that first one does is it actually shortcuts this whole sequence. So normally we'd be doing a fight in every single one of these rooms, but because we hit that first button, you only have to do that first fight, and then the doors, like the laser barriers, just stay down for us, and so we can run right into the end of this sequence. Nice little thing they added in there for debug purposes. So we have the final fight of this sequence. Now, if I get hit too many times, I'm actually going to lose a tremendous amount of my fire rate. So I may be shooting at nothing at certain parts, and that's just because I'm trying to pay attention to not getting a hit. Because I'm not really so much watching where I'm shooting, I'm watching what's coming at me. I do not want to get hit too many. I can take a couple hits, but I can't take very many, or I'm going to lose that fire rate, and it's going to get cut down by like half, which is very slow. Okay, I don't think I can get hit again, or I'm going to lose my fire rate. And tank down. All right.
Nice fight.
Very nice.
So yeah, that we skipped a lot of this section by doing hitting that button right there. So this is King Chunkula. He is our ally until we grab the sacred ray gun, or the heat ray gun, and now he's going to sick all his guys on me. Now, because we did a bunch of sequence breaking, why is my ammo empty? Because we did a bunch of sequence breaking in this level, if you don't do a journal hover to get out of this arena, you actually will soft lock the game and have to restart it. So I have to be very, very careful as soon as this fight's over with, just like that. All right, so he's gonna melt down.
As fun as this is, Max, we really need to get out of here.
Very nice. Okay, cool. So that gets us out of that fight. There's some trickery with the barriers that breaks if you clip into the end like that. Right. I have to wait till that dialogue ends so this trigger spawns in.
Let's get this thing filled up.
Alrighty. And now we've hit this button. Now it's a 1 minute, and it's literally 1 minute on the timer. You can look at the timer right now. I'll tell you when, actually. Starting now. So in exactly 1 minute, we're going to get a dialogue sequence that says, "It's done refueling, Maxie." So I mostly have to just burn the clock here because there's nothing else to do for a minute. So I just kind of KZ everywhere, even though there's not KZ in Unreal Engine. And yeah, this is a good time for an announcement. If Sarge, if you got anything to tell us about.
So we've got a bunch of events coming up. We've got Flame Fake Pals, GDQ's next all-women in Fem speedrunning event, returning August 18th through 25th. You can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out more of the schedule. We've also got PAX West coming up. That's August 30th through September 2nd. Again, schedule is already out. You can go use !PAX in Twitch chat. And we are going to be going to TwitchCon again, GDQ Express. That's the 20th through 22nd of September. You can use !GDQ in Twitch chat for more information. And for all of those, let us know what you're looking forward to.
And that is exactly 1 minute to finish the rocket sequence. Very nice.
I love how Max is just on the side of it.
Paced into the side of it, yeah.
I'm here now.
Very nice.
He's just hanging out, dude.
Alrighty, that'd actually probably be a good time for a break if we want to take a break here.
Sure, yeah, we can take the break. Cool. So during these longer runs, everyone, we like to take breaks every hour, so just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the rest of the run. See you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're showcasing Bears in Space and Jak II. We're in the middle of Bears in Space. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Yeah, we're just going to listen to this noise during this end level sequence just a little bit longer. All right, we'll continue.
If we do that, things are about to get real grisly.
You made that joke already.
I don't care. Just sit and bear it.
Anyways, that's another escape sequence. I think that's the last one of the game. And now we are going into the final stretch. The next one up is Honey Factory. Now there is a major skip for this particular level. So skipping this whole level would be a travesty. So we're going to actually play through it and do the old route. Also, the new skip was a fairly recent addition to the run. So I don't consider that to be valid for Legacy, even though Legacy is just an arbitrary route. Also, this is Gormak. This is my favorite character. That new skip skips this bit where we talk to him and was the thing that routed him completely out of the game. It's very sad.
This is also easily the most fun area. Like, it's probably my favorite area and the favorite of a lot of people, too.
Yeah,
it seems pretty sweet.
This level also has the cannon ending. We're not going to see it here, but perhaps if this run gets into GDQ, we might see the cannon ending. Just saying. Yeah, this was a level that I was like, I'm doggedly determined to keep at least one level completely unbroken for showcasing it off if it's going to go on Hotfix or at a mainline event or whatever. And like, it's got to be Honey Factory.
Why is there no honey?
This here from
We're not going to keep it completely glitchless. We are going to break some dialogue a little bit later, but we also go around the right side of that sequence back there, because if we don't, we're going to hit another trigger, which is very weird and random and would cost time, which is bad.
I'm so sorry, but this is really boring. I'm not sure what.
Note how BT is constantly complaining of how boring things are.
Some educational stuff, but to not get to taste any, I'm at a loss for words, Max. Truly out of words.
There we go.
Sorry, Max. I can't
All right.
go on.
I'm sorry for the noise you're about to hear.
You go on with that one.
Oh, I think as I let the dialogue play through as much as I did, it didn't overlap.
Yeah.
Normally, Beartana's dialogue overlaps a little there, and it is a very cursed noise when that happens. So,
welcome before
interesting. Normally this is broken here, but it's not broken right now. Huh.
Like, it's a dialogue?
I was gonna say, because you let the dialogue play.
Maybe. I don't know. But either way, it doesn't save any time or anything. It's just we're getting into here. So we're now gonna play as Beartana until near the end of the level. So it's a lot of just meleeing and using the whole arsenal. Also, you will note it's kind of hard to see in the corner because the words are kind of small, but the bottom right corner shows all of the controls for Beartana, and if you just hold down right click, this is called Bearfu.
Some good bear food.
Sometimes simplicity is the best option.
All right, so a little skip we can do here. We're gonna jump onto this tree, jump up here, and gonna miss the jump there apparently. There we go. And that skip's having to run all the way around. Nice little time save. There's not a ton of those in this level, but we take them where we can get them. I'm gonna hug this wall just to avoid these hammers hitting me. Whoops. Yeah, sometimes you get a double dash when you spam it. So this is also Mr. Bouncy. We skipped him earlier in the game. He was actually a boss early on, and then because we are able to journal. However, we never actually fought him. But then he becomes a mini boss later. Or sorry, he becomes a regular enemy later. All right, this enemy is annoying because it teleports, and sometimes it teleports out of bounds. And the devs confirmed that that's not, they're not supposed to, but sometimes they do for you. I think that one was actually teleported out of bounds, funnily enough. Also, the music, if we did the skip for this level, you wouldn't hear this banging music. Oh God.
Crunchy.
Bumped into something.
Got a nice groove to it.
What was that?
I said it's got a nice groove to it. It's pretty crunchy.
Yeah. So we have to kind of run through this whole area in order to... I'm getting very unlucky right now with this. To run through this whole area in order to get up here to get into the next fight. Whoop. I'm getting body blocked. All right, so we gotta do this fight, and then that'll take us into the boss for this level. Where is everything? There's supposed to be more enemies down there, but I guess they all spawned up here instead. All right, so I'm waiting until that enemy spawns in. Hit it with 2 Hadoukens, and then just have to melee everything else, do some cleanup. I think that... Oh, one more. That's everything. All right.
Fade away.
That lowers the wall here. I'm gonna grab that money just in case. I have to wait for this platform anyway, so might as well while I'm waiting. Now, the big skip from the beginning of the level actually would carry us all the way into this area right over here, past this room. But then you wouldn't get to see the rest of the level, which wouldn't be any fun.
Right.
So we're gonna drop down.
Ow, my ankles.
That noise is awful. All right, I'm going to refill my ammo here because we're going to need a lot of it. This is Metal Bear Zero.
Yeah.
And this fight is long. Mostly because we don't have any of our weapons upgraded, so...
This is definitely the fight where you feel how much you've skipped of the game.
Yep.
Just because you're chipping away at him until the very end. It just takes minutes.
It takes an obscene amount of damage. There we go. So
to kill him.
The one that has the red belly button is the one we want. The rest of them are fake bears. There you are. Gonna grab this before it disappears. These ammo boxes will disappear on you if you don't grab them fast enough. So I'm just gonna, anytime I see one, I'm gonna go out of my way to grab it slightly. Gonna try and chip them down. There we go. So he has iframes until right before he does that landing animation, so...
Yeah, this boss like throws pretty much everything you can think of at you, and it's like, ugh.
One of my moderators made a joke. 525,600 hit points.
Mood.
He takes a lot of damage. But yeah, this fight's a lot easier when you have more weapons than I have currently. And when they're upgraded, like your ammo capacity is extended, it's not nearly as bad. Oh, there you are. I want to be careful using the SFG because I have a very finite number of those bullets and I want to use them. But I do not want him to like disappear after I fired, or I'd be very sad. I'd be a very sad panda. To borrow your stupid pun theme.
He's slowly embracing it.
I mean, yeah, that was okay.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty quality.
It can be very polarizing.
Cosmic already made that joke.
I know. Well, it was either that or I
Gotta
can
bring it
comment
back.
on how isolated you felt, but that would require a polar bear joke.
There we go. Okay. We got one more sequence like this. I'm actually going to take a pause to come over here and grab this. No, I did not intend for that pun. It just kind of happened.
The lie detector test determined.
That was not true.
He's finally joining us.
Anyways, yeah, like I said, this fight goes a lot faster when you actually have an upgraded arsenal and you can, you know, chunk them down a little bit more.
Burn him down much faster. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing you play that fight casually, and it was definitely like much shorter than any run. Basically, this is one of those boss fights that, like, if I were running this game, I'd be like, guys, is it really worth it to skip all of this? Like, how much are we really saving?
Yeah, so I have to.
But at the end of the day, it is faster.
I have to wait for the ammo to spawn back in because there's only so many bullets you can carry at once, and we have to break through this shield. I think I have to actually ask the devs for sure, but I think this is supposed to be a nod to Half-Life 1. I have to actually ask them if that's the case, because this feels like a nod to Half-Life 1.
Wait, Metal Bear Zero, you're saying is Half-Life?
No, the shield.
You mean specifically this
Yeah,
phase?
this phase.
I was about to say. I was about to say, sir.
Yeah.
Come on, hit. The problem with this Gatling gun is it's got like terrible accuracy once you've fired it a bit and it's spun up. There we go. That's the fight. All right, going to grab that ammo. And then it used to be that you couldn't actually skip this cutscene right here, but now we can, which is really nice. That I was making gold splits all over the place when I was derusting, just because of the fact that we could skip some of these cutscenes now that we didn't used to be able to do that. So now we're going to play as Maxi without Bertana for a little bit.
If I don't.
So now we are going to fight. This is Quasic. He is legally distinct Donald Duck, who's also yoked to the T.
Or one way.
So we don't have
This
our
also-
guns.
Go on.
Yeah, we don't have our guns, so we have to fight him entirely with jujitsu. You can tank a little
This
bit of
also-
this. Go ahead.
Yeah, this also goes to show you that the devs are truly based and made the right decision, because this is very much a Star Trek reference, and Star Trek is superior to Star Wars. You can at me at that.
I'm going to be adding you later. Look forward for a doozy in your emails. All right.
LLAP, that's all I gotta say.
All right, so we have to get this dynamite in order to blow up these rocks in order to get this dynamite.
Just what I need. This should provide some extra firepower.
This is what I mean about this game is full of jokes.
How can it be?
Yeah, there's actually some.
Yeah, I had to double take there for a sec.
There's actually some manipulation that we do during this fight. So we're obviously going to be chopping away at him, but we actually are going to bait him in this specific direction on each of these attacks because it shortens the amount of time in order for him to run over here. So little time save by doing that. And you also note how there's a rhythm to doing the hits. If you just spam attack over and over, it's actually slower because he has a couple of iframes after each time you hit him. So you want to kind of like rhythm that out a little bit. We're going to do the same manipulation here to try to bait him over this way. It's going to get him closer to the next rock. Got hit. That's what happens if you spam too quickly. He just kind of soaks the hit up and doesn't take any damage. We're going to guide him over here, and then we have to do a little mini game to assemble this weapon. So we've been putting together a weapon in order to take out Quasic this whole time. So we got some dynamite, we got that minigun, and now we're getting Excalibur, and we're going to put those all together into an ultimate weapon.
Time to assemble.
And we're going to do it at this workbench by doing this. stupid mini game. Oh,
I mean, I'm assuming in the middle of a desert, it can't be that impressive with a gun. Just a thought.
certainly not.
What could possibly come out of this?
This stupid mini game cost me so much time. All right, so we've put together the whole weapon, and now we are going to use it to defeat Quasic. Now, we are in the middle of a desert, so this weapon isn't going to be like all that impressive. But we're going to finally be able to put an end to this fight once and for all.
Kill what no man has killed before.
Well then.
In the end,
I've seen a few of those around.
There's a clip of me playing through this for the first time and seeing that gun and just the noise I made. I can't repeat it. I don't think I ever can. But yeah, we are now going to hold forward for 3 minutes. This is so we can only move forward. We can't move backward. If we try to move backward,
the only way forward is forward. No time to backtrack.
or if you hold left or right. Oh wait, hold on. Have to do it after this.
There's no sidestepping this situation. I have to press on.
So this is literally just an interactive cutscene where we are the ones holding forward.
Where are
This
you?
Normally we would say this is a hold W simulator, but since it's Dane playing, it's a hold E simulator.
Yeah, you'll note that in the little minigame sequence, my keys were ESDF, not WASD, because I'm weird and use ESDF for my movement keys. Thank you. Although it did help them figure out that some of the movement stuff was hard-coded, and they had to kind of undo that.
That's what I was actually going to segue into. Yeah, it helped them like understand more about how they had set up the game and how remapping affected it.
Yeah, there was stuff that they had hard-coded without being able to remap. Oh, cool, we got a car. Okay, this will make us go much faster.
Also, W and E is a funny way of saying my left joystick on my controller.
Well, you play with a controller. I play with a mouse.
Some of us are classy like that.
Well, we got to walk in and crash the car.
In the distance,
dude, we just got that.
Could Bertana be there?
Sorry.
No idea, Max, but
Also, that joke went very underappreciated. I didn't catch that joke for like the first couple of times I played this. It says, "In the distance, a building looms but makes no weave." I feel like that joke went underappreciated by most people.
Anyone that plays Loom is like, ask me about my Loom, please. But yes.
So now we're reunited with Bertana again. He went and did some tourist trappy stuff and
let me quickly piggyback
went to the zoo.
Let's get out of here.
All right, and then we are getting into the final 2 levels of the run. So we actually had like most of the stuff worked first try or pretty quickly. So we actually made a really good time on this run. Better than I expected.
Hey, Max, BT.
Nice. So was able to do a journal buffer there to refill my ammo real quick on Vic and get into this elevator quickly. Now we are in the final 2 levels. However, this is the longest level by far. Yeah. So I'm going to whip out the SFG real quick because we have to do a fight in here. Yeah, there's going to be a minecart sequence in this level as well, so we can, I don't know how keen we are on making bets, but will Dane hit all 39 targets? That's a question. That's a question you can wager on. Ooh, where's my ammo? There we go.
Do you have a favorite gun in this game, Dane?
Yes. The final form of the carp gun. It's also Oscar's favorite.
I forget what that looks like, so I will take your
Yeah,
word
we
for it.
don't get it in the speed run, sadly.
The upgraded duck cannon.
Oh yeah, the upgraded duck cannon's pretty good too.
If y'all play this casually, keep an eye out for those two.
Yeah.
So a little shortcut there.
I cackled.
Skip's having to grab the robot and place it and do a little puzzle sequence there. We're able to just kind of jump over everything and get out that way, nice and easy. Now we're going to actually use a manip here to shortcut this. So we actually were able to get up here a little bit faster by letting that guy grab us, which is a nice little time save. Gonna push that button. Now we have to use the dial-a-bot again. This is actually the entire reason we had to get the dial-a-bot in the first place, is for this puzzle right here. So I have to do this while avoiding getting pummeled by enemies. What is the... There we go. Oh, nope, I got the...
And does it randomize? Does it randomize what directions are tied to different icons as well?
Believe so?
There we go. Oh!
Ooh.
Yeah, that puzzle's a little scary.
There's still a lot of combinations, but
that puzzle's a little scary because
it's a little hectic.
Dodging bullets while we solve that puzzle.
Dang, it's been...
All right, so this is Yo Dog, also voiced by Gianni, the man of a million voices. We have a fight here with where we play as Bertana. So you have to wait for that whole animation to play out, and it takes forever. So yeah, you can do a Shoryuken to let go of me. So you got your Hadouken, you've got your Shoryuken. Certainly, those were not taken directly from Street Fighter.
What? Lies.
Never seen them before.
There's the guy talking about Marvel vs. Capcom before the run started.
It's not like he was being all doom and gloom about it.
Hey.
Anyways, so this cutscene here you can actually skip now. That was added in a recent patch. It used to be you had to sit through the whole thing. Oh yeah, Yo Dog also died because of this guy.
F in chat for Yo Dog.
Yo Dog!
Poor
Yeah.
Yo Dog.
Now we're going into another boss fight. So you'll remember the Barajira sequence from before. I'm out of ammo. Oh no, just kidding. I forgot there's ammo here. So we're going to destroy the beige house. At least. So now we have to kill the president. Okay, now we have to kill the vice president. And now we have to kill the Secretary of Snacks.
Most important cabinet.
And yeah, have to do all that in order to do this. Now, this is probably my favorite boss fight just because it's very creative. We're actually going to fight the boss from the perspective of inside the boss.
Yeah, so this is like a rare instance of second person in a video game.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, this is, he's going to do the spin attack, I think, next. Yep, there it is. Yeah, he'll do this about 3 times per fight, which is annoying because it takes forever for him to go through it. You want to be very careful before you go back. It's actually a little hard to control Maxi during this sequence, so I usually just spam attack and hope for the best. But if you really time things out, you can avoid attacks like that, which does save time, but it's a little tricky. But yeah, this is probably my favorite fight in the game just because of how creative it was that you like I'm controlling Maxi right now, but I'm doing so from inside the perspective of the robot. I just think that's really cool. And the devs said they were actually really proud of themselves when they thought of that. So that is, there it is. And we do another elevator. There's a cooldown on each elevator for some weird reason. All right, let me come over here, refill my ammo real quick. And we have to navigate through this area. It's kind of like Bottingham. I think this was like a reference back to Bottingham. Going to save a little bit of platforming. Oh, my dash didn't recover. Hold on. This skip is actually like really tricky. Come on, man. I don't usually have this much trouble with this skip, but it is bedeviling me right now. There we go. To hit that button early, that lowers the Magna Swing, and we can just grab the Magna Swing from down here. I'm gonna need to get some health. Luckily there's some right here, but that's not enough. I need more health. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. Yeah, that part's a little scary because there's a lot of projectile enemies in that spot. This is very much a bullet hell in so many ways. All right, so we have to do a little platforming sequence here. This is where the platform helpers are very convenient to have. Gonna take that guy out because he would actually make this a lot harder. This next part coming up here because we have to use the Dial-A-Bot again. Oh, nice. This is. Sweet. That was actually good RNG on that one. All right.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
We got a fight here. Yeah, those guys have their only real attack, besides like a spray attack, is they have a big area of denial, which can cause problems when you're trying to avoid bullets. Take this guy out as well.
Nice dodge.
Yeah, this part requires a lot of focus.
Yeah, it's one of those fights, like all these end game fights are just, there's so much going on because the game expects you to have a lot more than we do right now, and so you really got to lock in during the late game sections of combat in this run.
Yeah, and even despite that, the game is still actually really well balanced. There was only one arena that was like very clearly unbalanced, and the devs were watching and they were like, oh, okay, we think we know how we're going to fix this. And then they fixed it, and now it's perfectly balanced again. So if you like Time Crisis, this is one of 3 Time Crisis memes that they do in this game. So there's 39 targets. Hitting them or missing them saves no time one way or the other, but there's nothing else to do right here. So I go ahead and try and shoot all the targets, and we have a running bet. Will I hit all 39 targets?
Nope.
Wow, thanks, man.
No.
You know what?
I mean, I saw you miss it, and then I was like, because I was rooting for you. I said I had 5 on it earlier, but then I saw it miss one, and unfortunately, there goes my $5.
No. So far, I've hit all of them. You get more than one chance to hit a target.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a one and done. I take back what I said.
Although funnily enough, you can't actually hit some of the targets from the side. You have to hit them head on, which is kind of weird.
That is a little weird, yeah.
When it comes to balancing this game, something that I love that the devs did is when you set up the game to start, you can actually choose from either a set categories of difficulty, which are it changes how much damage you take and how much damage the enemies do, I believe. Or is it yeah, so you can choose whatever they want, or you can manually set it to whatever you want. So you can make it incredibly mind-numbingly easy, you can make it incredibly mind-numbingly hard. It's like there's so much versatility for how you yourself want to play this game. And as always, there is no wrong way to play the game other than to just not play at all, because you should be playing this game.
Yeah, hit all 39 targets. This one's kind of weird. So I hit the journal buffer, and then I have to actually reload checkpoint because for whatever reason you can't move in any direction on that particular journal buffer until you reload, and then you can move around. So I had to reload checkpoint. That skips a like 3-ish minute fight to get into here. And now we are going into the final fight of this level, which is a gauntlet fight. It is a long one. So I'm going to refill my ammo, and we're going to hope for the best. So, all right. So filled up some of my ammo, and here we go.
Also, good job on the targets.
Right?
Yeah, never doubted.
I mean, yeah, I can say that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the two of you talk through some of this while I focus, because this part requires me to actually pay attention to what I'm shooting at.
That's fair. Was respawn mode always in this, or
1.0?
Yes.
that was a thing? Okay, it was in 1.0. Yeah, because I was gonna ask, like, if this during like early runs was this area more punishing without respawn mode, but if it's always been in,
It's always in there from the beginning.
Moot point. Pretty neat.
It's like they definitely made some quality of life improvements. Even just the checkpoint screen, it's a lot more streamlined than how it started. Like when I first saw the change, I was like, oh, this is the checkpoint screen I really wanted. There wasn't anything bad about the original one. It's just once you just saw the new one, it's like, oh, okay, yes, please, thank you.
Yeah, they just made it. They took what was not very bad to begin with, but actually made it much better. It just knocked over my mug.
Oh no!
Don't do that.
There we go.
Also remember to hydrate, friends.
Yes, hydration check.
Indeed.
I'm going to
Make
not
sure
mean
to
hit
eat
that.
your water.
Yeah, this enemy is a real pain because it releases all these UFOs. It's kind of a little bit like a pain elemental from Doom. Releases a smaller enemy.
In my headcanon for that giant, like, blonde bombshell boss, I picture her as Mom from Futurama. I don't know why, I just do. But my brain does weird brain things.
I was thinking about like the Jetsons maid. She's just finally had enough, dude. Yeah. I also like how they have a couple of Magnus swings for you.
Yeah, they do.
Just like for mobility purposes, like the monkey bars in Doom.
Oh, I'm down to pistol.
Oh no. Anything but that.
This is fine, TM. Totally fine.
Luckily, there's some ammo that respawns, that you're not left completely just with only the pistol and that's it. But yeah, now we are going into the spaceport. This is the last level with the final boss. Coming up quick.
Hey.
Yeah, you can see how long that level is. It's quite long. There is a way to skip almost the whole thing, but again, where's the fun in that? But we do have a big skip for this final boss where we actually only have to do the last phase of the fight, and we don't have to do the whole thing, which takes, oh god, probably 6 or 7 minutes normally. So I'm going to journal buffer off this door. That's only just to let me... Dang it! I missed the trigger. All right, so I have to reload. The level.
This is another pretty tight one.
Yeah, the timing is pretty tight on this. But yeah, I opened the journal on that door animation just so I can open it on that cutscene and be able to float to the end of the fight sequence. That was another one I found live on stream, and my reaction was pretty funny to that.
And the thing with these journal buffers and hovers is that you have to not only know how to do the trick, which in and of itself is actually not that complicated, but you now have to know exactly where every cutscene starts, especially those you literally walk into. And it's a lot to take in. So the fact that Dane can so consistently hit them is pretty heckin' impressive.
You say that as I screwed it up again and have to restart the level again.
Look, I'm trying to distract you.
You've hit like 90.
It's fine. We're just
like
giving our
90% of them first try, dude.
Okay, let's try this again. Hey, let's not screw it up this time.
The other thing too with the journal, like the journal related skips, is that you not only have to know where to go, you have to know how to get there backwards.
Yeah.
So this is why like Dane's been counting at different sections of the run, because he times himself based on like, you know,
There we go.
different dashes or like a different amount of time. So nice.
Maybe.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, so we're gonna float over to the last platform, which is right about here. We're gonna hit a trigger line right here. That's gonna spawn this cannon in. You're supposed to get here after chipping him down to, you know, really low health. But this is going to warp us right into the last sequence. We take the cannon, we shoot ourselves. He's supposed to be facing us, but because he's still facing the first platform, that looks a little funny flipping through his model like that. And then we just have to do this fight right here, and then the fight in the next room, and then watch a cutscene, and that'll be the run. Yeah, this route actually does a lot of combat with Bertana. I think we don't skip many of the Bertana fights actually in like from the vanilla game. Do you remember the one enemy that we fought earlier from the beginning? This is the other one from the beginning, but he's obnoxious and annoying. So this one we don't feel bad about killing him. So this fight's really funny because all you have to do is just hold right click and stand in front of him, and boom, he's dead. Nice and easy. Bertana also starts with about double the health that Maxi starts with, so you can tank a lot more damage than Maxi can. This guy. That's everybody. Oh, someone's alive. Oh no, just kidding. I'm hearing the UFOs outside that aren't supposed to be there, but because we sequence broke the game so badly, they're still flying around. Yeah, he's supposed to be having a death animation right now, but he's not going to do that yet. So his animations are going to break a little bit here. But yeah, we have to watch through this cutscene right here. Now this is where, okay, so it played the one model, so I had it happen where the boss actually duplicated himself. One of them would play the death animation, the other one was like normal. Yeah, time is coming up right at the end of this. We have to run around a little bit, waiting for the rocket to spawn in over here. We just have to wait for this. I'll just do this. Yeah, this is a bit of a long final cutscene, but time's coming up right in a second. And time. And that's Bears in Space. A very silly little game that I love dearly, and the developers are awesome. This is their debut game, and please go buy it and support them because I want them to make as many games as they possibly can. They're some of the coolest dudes ever, and I want nothing but success for all of them. But yeah, hope you all had fun with Bears in Space. I got to give some shout outs to Cosmic and Asuka for sitting on the couch and talking through this game. These are the three guys, by the way, right here in the credits. And yeah, big shout out to Zen. He helped break the game more, for better or worse. Mostly worse, but he did help make the run better in other ways. So big shout out to Zen. Also a guy who ran Alpha Prime along with me, which I ran at SGDQ 2023, and Rage, and just a cool dude all around. And yeah, any shout outs you two want to give?
I just want to reiterate that this game is like $19.99 on Steam, so you're not breaking the bank getting it.
Right.
So that's pretty dope. Other than that, I don't got anything. Great job, dude. Thank you for having me on. Appreciate you. And I appreciate GDQ for having us on as well.
Yeah. And also, oh look, there's Dane's Games playtester.
Both of us. The two of us were both in the credits. Yay!
Hey.
Anyway, shout outs from you, Asuka.
Yeah, you can find Dane at twitch.tv/dangerous because he always does it to me, and therefore I'm going to do it to him. But yeah, seriously, check out Dane's streams. They're really fun, really awesome. He plays some good stuff, and it's a pretty wholesome chat. And to all the friends from Dangerous Chat that stop by, y'all are super cute. And also Cosmic and Church and Dane and Railcoon. Y'all are cute too.
But yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you had fun. And yeah, if you want to come follow me, I'm at twitch.tv/dangerous. Also go follow Oscar424 and DE Cosmic. They also stream, and their chats are also fun and wholesome to be in. And if you like PS2 era stuff, definitely go follow Cosmic. And if you like silly stuff like this, go follow Oscar. But yeah, thank you all very much. Enjoy Jak 2 coming up next.
I feel like you just took my job from me.
Sorry.
That's all good. Look, I appreciate people who know how to run a tight ship. I want to say thank you, all three of you, for being on, for showcasing this game, talking about it. I had never heard about this game before Dane was like, yeah, I can do this. This game looks cool as hell. So
it's a great game. It's not only is it funny, but it's actually like a really well-made, well-developed game with like really solid gameplay. So it's not just silly.
How long did they work on this? A while.
7 years. Took them 7 years because it was just the three of them for most of the development time. But yeah, three guys made this game. Took them 7 years.
Oh, they did a very good job, it looks like. This game looks awesome, so everybody should check it out. Everybody, go follow these three, give them all a check. They're all very good streamers. They all deserve it. Again, huge thanks for running this. This game looks sick.
Thank you for having us.
Always a pleasure. But like you said, we do have Jak 2 coming up, so we're going to take a quick break while we get set up for that, and then we'll be back with that. See you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we've been showcasing Bears in Space, and now we're going to showcase Jak 2 100%. I'll hand it right over to y'all if you want to introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Scarletra. I'm from Canada. This is my first hotfix that I've ever done for GDQ, so thank you very much for having me on. I appreciate that a lot. And today we're going to be doing Jak 2 Hundo, which includes collecting all 286 orbs. There actually is 287, but we don't collect the secret orb, I call it, because it is out of bounds in Underport. But aside of that, we do every side mission and all the story missions included. So we're in for a long ride today.
And I am Outrageous Josh. I am one of the commentators for Scarletra's run here today.
I'm Nekno. I'm also here commentating the run.
And I guess last but not least, I'm Mortis, and yeah, I'm also gonna commentate Scarletra's run.
If one of you guys would like to do a countdown to start off, you can go for it.
Oh, I love
Nekno, why don't you go for it? Oh, Mortis, go ahead.
All right. Then I would say we go on go. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo! All right, so there's a total of 8 orbs in Escape that we have to collect. A lot of Escape is just mainly quick movement and just the normal speedrunning type of shenanigans of whatever Escape can throw at you. Luckily, we don't have to do the boosted off of the lift like we do in any percent, which it can be so annoying to have to like do runs back to back for, because sometimes the lift can just be nice. And yeah, right here we just roll jump and high jump up for this orb. Now here's where we do our first boosted, as I almost get tased. And what a boosted is pretty much an uppercut as I walk off a ledge, and it gives me an extended distance as I try to like ledge grab. And what I use for that like little distance is it skips a lot of that like movement where the the pull? I couldn't think of the word. The pull is that you do the swing on to get around. And I think, okay, yeah, I'm actually good. I thought I forgot an orb for a second because I'm not used to actually going through and talking, but we're good. The last two are hidden here. Nekto, you can give it away.
Yeah, one of the things about the start of this game is that these orbs that we are finding in this escape section, they are locked out once you finish it until I believe it's New Game Plus.
That, or you could kind of like, there's a way you can cheese it with rescue friends, but it's like you have to die and have your out of bounds death spawn you in like the escape room where you actually can dodge the load trigger to finish the mission. You can go through escape again and grab them. But that's the only other way I know of that's not like New Game Plus. Right now we're using this zoomer, and instead of going to talk to Torn like any normal person would, we're just gonna go straight to Banner. And this is because for some reason they let the Banner doors stay open. And what I just did there was a zoomer launch, and that basically just concludes of timing a zoomer like a hover zone change, and then hopping and dismounting roughly at the same time. Right here, we're gonna do another boosted to skip more of the movement behind me and get up here quickly. Luckily, there's a checkpoint here, so if I miss this one, then I'll spawn back at that broken bridge. There's no orbs to collect in this level, luckily yet, so I don't have to do anything for that wise. Here is our first... That was close. Here's our first edition of an extended to skip some of the pulls instead of having Jak actually do them. And then we restart mission to go to the front door. And just like that, Banner's finished.
Oh yeah, one major thing to mention here is that Skyletra is playing in Open Goal, a PC port of Jak and Daxter, made by not necessarily Naughty Dog, but fans of the game that, you know, decompiled and recompiled the game, to create this port, and it has super fast loads compared to normal Jak 2. So like a lot of the menuing stuff is going to be a lot faster, which I guess is quite noticeable to us speedrunners. But just the thing to point out.
Yeah, it also has like a few enhancements, like elevators will be faster. The door animations when they open will also be faster. It's just a nicer experience in Open Goal compared to PS2.
Yeah, 100%. Like the thing I would say you will notice it is probably in Jak 1, where like you can skip cutscenes, which is usually not on the PS2 version. So it is a small or rather big addition actually, that you can also skip cutscenes in Jak 1 on Open Goal. And I think it's also still good to mention that Jak 2 is still somewhat in what is it called, in beta?
Yeah, Jak 2 is still in beta for Open Goal, so like there's still like a few bugs and stuff, but they're not too, they don't bother the run too much. Like later on you'll see me when I go into gun course where like the sound will disappear for a tiny bit during like me hitting so many targets because the sound gets overloaded, and they're still like trying to work out how that's going to be like fixed. But doors like these are like super fast.
They are mainly audio bugs, right? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
So here we're going to do a little cheeky strat to grab the orb under using Jak's fist. That I recently just found. I only did it because I've seen the shadow of the... Yeah, I seen the shadow of the orb. And I was like, well, I wonder if Jak could actually clip through and have like part of him grab the orb. And I was right. And I completely just got annihilated by that guy. So we're going to have to go backwards. I call that guy Larry and Terry. Those are the two metalheads that sometimes it's the you shall not pass type of vibe where I'm entering their zone and they don't want me there. But essentially what we just did was do Valve completely backwards. So instead of going the forward and doing the whole movement throughout, we just went backwards and used some of the ledges that have standpoints for some reason. Same with the pipe. And we just made it up behind, and it skipped pretty much 70% of the movement. And then the second orb was just right behind as we finished. Normally you would grab those on SIG, but lately I figured that it was a little bit quicker to have those two orbs grabbed on Valve because they're pretty close to each other, and like you go in their path while you're doing Valve to not have to grab them on Sig, which is coming up in a little bit. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
This part's kind of cool too because instead of going to talk to Torn, we're gonna use one of the Zoomer launches again, and we're gonna actually restart warp with the Zoomer launch to get into Fortress without having to talk to Torn. And the cool thing about this is you could actually do this right out of Escape if you wanted to. So if you're casually playing and you don't want to do Banner or Valve, you can just come out of Escape, take a Zoomer, and just do exactly what I'm about to do. And it'll still spawn you on this mission. So you just launch
like
up.
The coolest stuff.
Camera goes up with you, and you restart, and then it puts you right in. Easy.
It's like such a cool thing, like literally everyone could just do that.
Now this section is a little tricky. I like to roll jump through it all. I always recommend not to because you have your camera turn like that. And the reason I say not to is because when your camera turns like that in this room, there's a load trigger that hits for these platforms in the next area to load. And if you're too quick, like I kind of was, your camera will snap and you won't have enough time to have it hit the load trigger. And what that means is pretty much when you get past this gate, none of this area here will be loaded. So luckily...
That tank is dubious, by the way.
Yeah, that tank, another thing about that, yeah, it has a mind of its own and it doesn't care. Like, it does it on console too. Like, that's another thing where I'm glad that, like, where this is native, that it has kept a lot of, like, the roots of the game. That they're, like, mostly everything is still the same. And there are the occasional, like, stutters like that. But aside any other bugs that I've encountered, that's just a sound and a stutter here and there. And everything else is smooth as melted butter, really. Right here, we're just using the tank to destroy these valves. I like to come over here because it makes him hit the first one earlier. And it makes this a whole lot easier because you have to wait for the tank to do a full rotation. So once it gets to the left, right there, then this door will open.
Expert dodge.
Yeah, just had to move it. That poor guy didn't.
Rip.
And now we're off to finally look at Torn for the first time in the run. Or the second time, I should say, because we did talk to him in Valve, but I'm so busy just cruising away that I forget that sometimes we do look at these guys. But there he is. And there he goes. Just like that. Now we gotta go meet crew.
Oh, that mission.
And a special thing I figured out today is this mission actually puts you... There's 4 alert levels in the game. So when you hit a guard, they become alerted, like this. And they become mad. And they will bring out tasers. And then if you keep killing them, they get more mad. And they'll eventually start shooting you. So pretty much like that. But they won't be in a roadblock. Like, they'll just be on the ground shooting at you. We're on alert 3, which... only gets used on this mission as far as I know, and I don't exactly know what the difference really is compared to this and Alert 2 because they feel pretty much identical. The 4th alert though is the one that you don't want to be on, and that's the one that happens after you finish Class 1 or you turn into Giant Darkjack. And if you've ever turned into Giant Darkjack in the city and just seen your minimap light up red, then you know exactly what I'm talking about.
I actually didn't know there were 4 alerts.
I didn't either until I looked into it and I asked Das, and he was the one that was able to tell me. This one's weird though because I don't see much of a difference aside. They're just accurate.
Yeah.
It's probably the amount of guards spawning, probably.
Maybe, yeah.
Because on level 4, on that mission that triggers it, there is like a lot of guards. Like, it's absurd the amount of them that spawn.
That would make sense, yeah.
And here is where the game takes a wild turn from Jak 1. As if it already wasn't wild enough. We now have a weapon. And what I'm doing here, just stops from me having to shoot the gun and waste a bullet. And I'm just spamming the tutorial, so like I don't have to listen to SIG. Which that's another thing. I play with speech volume off because on console on open goal it doesn't matter, but on console you technically have speech volume on for one of these side missions. But where we're on open goal, they actually have a patch in place where you don't actually soft lock from side missions as easy anymore, which is really nice. So that's why I'm using open goal really, because some of the soft locks in this game are so simple. Like a prime example would be just finishing a class race and thinking you're like done and then just immediately skipping the race leaderboard. You won't get your 9 orbs and yeah, they're just permanently gone. So yeah, you can't mash on console. But on open goal it doesn't matter, so that's nice.
Actually didn't know
Also,
there was
I know.
a soft lock.
What did you say, Mortis?
I said I didn't actually know it was a soft lock.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought we say don't mash for fun.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a complete soft lock. I think one really cool thing, if you've ever played this gun course in particular, you know this is probably the most difficult one to get gold on, especially your first time through. It's like damn near impossible. So I mean, I think this is one of the things you really come to appreciate for speedrunners. It's like Scarlet does this so flawlessly. Like,
yeah, I call these the memory test. A lot of the targets, they do stay in the same spot. Sometimes they'll change like what side they're on, but for most of the part they are like the same. So I'm just like using my memory and also like timing at some points to hit some of these targets. Like, see, that one pops up and you don't even really notice it if you're too quick.
Yeah.
I forgot all about that goal.
Most of these are set spawns, but some of them will like change a little bit. But you know, pretty easy gold there from
Yeah, I love the scattergun course. I can't lie. I always hear people they say that they hate it because it's so hard to get gold, and I understand that. But then there's also the point where you get where it's like you can do it flawlessly like that, and that also feels just as good as like it still feels just as good as hitting it like the first time. So now here's where things start to take a little bit of a turn. With Hundo and side missions, you can't hit guards. The reason being, if you hit a guard, it disables the side mission until your entire alert is over. So a real easy time loss would just be being on the ground driving. So that's why I use the air a little bit more when it comes to side mission splits. But when it comes to like normal missions where like I don't have to worry about guards, you'll probably see me run over one and not care. But a lot of it has to do with like looking at the mini map and making sure that like you know where they're gonna be, and that way like you're not gonna hit them, because you don't even really like realize how easy it is. You can just like, I've done it before where I'm just like talking like I am now and I've just hit one and I'm like, oh, oops, like that happened.
Probably one of the more annoying time losses of speedrunning this. Just like randomly hitting your guard when you gotta do a side mission soon.
At the start, like right now, it's not so bad, but when you get to like when you steal the jet board, I find that's when it becomes more of a pain, because then you can't like actually restart mission. Which, a little spoiler alert, we're gonna do something later. I say steal, we're gonna borrow. We gotta be nice about it. Here, lets me borrow it. So, if you remember what you did in Basin and Jak 1, well, this is pretty much similar, just a little bit more weird, because one thing I dislike, I'm gonna say it, is they left traffic enabled during these, which makes it so much more painful, because it's so easy to damage your zoomer and just have to try to find a new one, and they only give you 8 seconds per ring, which it seems like a lot, but one simple mistake and it can just cost you like the whole challenge. Luckily, this one's the easiest one. The other two are a little bit later. They're in like Act 2 and 3, so I'm not worried about the other two just yet, but the reason we do this one so early is because it's pretty much leading towards the pumping station. This is the second last ring, which, yeah, you can easily just miss apparently. This spot's wonky with collision because you just get so launched up because of that building.
Yeah. I think a lot of the rings are just like not as the edges of the rings don't always respond.
Yeah, it's like that clip that I recently made of like me just completely going through one and it just didn't work, and I'm like, oh, okay. Which I figured out why that happened is because when I landed from my side flip, like when you do a spin on the jetboard, Jak will always like duck, and I think that's why. Like I just ducked at the perfect time as I hit the ring. So normally at the start, now we find Sig, and we would be collecting orbs, but where I've already collected the orbs at the start, I don't have to do that anymore. So it kind of makes this a little bit easier, especially trying to get him on these platforms right away. Because that's another time loss, just waiting for this guy to come up here. And he has to charge up his Peacemaker unlike us. And then one orb down here.
This mission is like not an easy mission at all. And Scarlet was also on half HP. And because this is quite a long mission, this can get real scary. Having not so much health.
And you definitely don't want to go too far away from Sig.
Yeah, you get time lock from Sig because sometimes Sig will yell at you for being too far behind. Or another bad thing that can happen, if you go too far ahead, you'll just instantly mission fail because Sig's like, oh, you're leaving me, no.
Yeah, NPCs in this game tend to either have a heart attack or get really mad at you if you get too far away from them and instantly mission fail.
Yep. And that happens sometimes. Like, I think on the next section, it happens to me very often there because I want to shoot like the two goons up there. And yeah, sometimes Sig is a little bit far behind and, well, he gets scared and fails the mission.
Yeah, I find that I've done it a couple times where I've been too fast after, like, just on this part alone and have him just be like, what are you doing? Okay, mission failed. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. But I find with Hundo, you don't really have to worry about that too much. Like, see, he's already yelling at me to stay close, but I should be okay.
The best thing is he's literally right behind you.
Yeah, he's telling me to stay close. He's scared.
Poor guy.
He needs his little poopsie bear.
Peacemaker.
Watch my six while I toast this bad boy. The trick is to not hit the pipes.
I've always said, like, you know, I'll say it now. If Sig ever were to, like, they ever had a mechanic that made Sig actually miss for these types of segments, and, like, you had to wait even longer, it would make this mission so much more worse.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. I can't even imagine.
It's all I can think about is just the trick is to not hit the pipes, and then he just hits the pipe, and he's like, oh, gotta do another one.
But
this escort,
if that was the case.
This escort really is just protecting Sig. There's nothing much to it. I'm collecting as many skull gems as I can as well, because you do need 500 to complete. That is what gives us all the Dark Jak powers.
Is it really 500?
Yes, sir.
Pretty much.
How much is it for Dark Bomb? Is it like 25?
Yeah, we have to get 25 by Ashler.
Another 500 after that, or?
Yeah.
I can't remember. Okay, so is it 525 then?
Technically, because you spend 25, yeah.
Okay.
But luckily, there's a good way to get some.
Because I was messaging Zed because the auto splitter would split at 475, and I was like, Zed, I'm missing 25 skull gems because like the auto splitter will count the 500, but it's because we spend 25 that it doesn't register that. it just registers the max count we've had like over time. And that's it completed. Most people say that this is the most boring start mission, but I don't know. It's not too bad. You do a nifty restart warp to save a little bit of walking movement, and then it's back to trying to hopefully get a zoomer as quick as we can so we can go all the way to crew and then do another side mission. And luckily for me, there's just another one chilling right here.
Nice.
Yeah, most of the run is mostly trying to make your way through the city as fast as possible. Because the missions themselves are not bad, but sometimes the traffic, the civilians, everything can make you slow down, and it's mostly the time loss that you will expect from such a long run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure if it's in Hundo still like that you have to drive like pretty much through the entirety of the run, because I do remember in all missions, and especially in Act 1, you pretty much drive from one place to another through the entire act.
It's pretty much the same until you get the jet board.
Yeah.
Well, that was good.
The jet board changed a lot though. Sure.
Right now is kind of where Act 1 picks up, I like to say, because you have like sewers and then all that like fun stuff with garage that I hopefully will be able to show, because that is a really cool strat. Another thing to note is some of these civilians are solid, some aren't. I'm not sure which are, like what percentage are solid and what percentage aren't, but it's just really random. Like sometimes they'll dive out of the way, or like sometimes they'll just continuously keep running and you'll just bonk into them. Like she dove, but I feel like the next civilian that like I'm gonna be behind might like just be solid. Guards are always solid. That's another thing to note. But I can't find any ped. They all seem to be dodging. Oh, there's a solid one.
Poor guy. You got used as an example.
I'm sorry. And then we see crew again. He congratulates us and then tells us we have to go to the sewers, which Daxter complains a lot about. But that's okay, because little does crew know we're doing a side mission first, so it's going to take a little bit more time.
You know, if I ever got a mouthful of sewage, I would be complaining about the sewers as well.
Yeah, we do have to swim in the water when we're doing the level, so I would be a little upset too as Jak. Especially since he just wears the same clothes throughout the rest of the game.
He's quite the dirty boy by the end of this.
So now we're going to the side mission, which is one of these little green dots that you don't see yet. Oh, now you see it. It's like a diamond with a dot over it, I like to call it. It's a very weird icon, I find. And then you have the underground icon there. And there's the orb. Now these orbs are golden because you get 3 for each one that you collect, which is really cool. And Bark, who just made Orb Hunt, he actually changed the colors of some of these orbs, which it kind of blew my mind seeing like a nice like purple like colored orb and stuff like that. Which is why I do like Open Goal a lot, because where it's native you can actually like mod things in yourself and change like factors of things. And there's already been a lot of people that have done this. Right now we're just restarting mission to get into sewers instead of taking the elevator. And this is the same old sewers, just trying not to get hit and trying to destroy the turrets with some fast movement. Luckily there's no orbs to collect. That little orange guy is really annoying sometimes. You either have the chance of dodging him like I did, or he'll be like right under you and you'll bounce off of him and he'll just bite you for no reason.
Isn't he also like invincible?
Yeah, that guy is actually invincible because he actually stays in the water entirely when you drain the sewers. And for some reason, I don't know why, Naughty Dog just left him alive, and he actually just goes under the map when you fully drain the sewers. So he's alive the entire time, but he's out of bounds. This last turret can be a little bit scary because you have the little gaps to jump through, but that's not so bad. There is a small little backup over on the right. that you can do to try to save yourself if you get stuck, but I didn't have to. I'm going to mention this now. There is a lot of restart warps and like death warps in this game. Not death warps so much yet, because I don't have the jet board, but restart warps are very, very common.
But I really gotta say we live in a great time to have open goal.
Facts.
Yeah.
Couldn't have come at a better time. IMO.
It's kind of crazy when I think about it, because I've been running since 2020, like pretty much Halloween of 2020. And if you gotta ask me like, oh, did you think, like, what would you think if Jak was on PC? I would probably laugh, because I'd say it's probably like impossible or something, but 4 years later, here we are. It blew, like, not even just with this game, the second game, or the first game and the third one, soon to be.
Yeah, it kind of be a miracle in itself.
Yeah. And now Crew is going to give us our reward, but sadly he makes us go fetch our reward like a dog, so we'll just take this Hellcat and cause up some trouble because we don't have to drive far. Normally you wouldn't do this, but I feel like it's okay. That poor guy just got absolutely obliterated.
I mean,
I don't know what happened behind me.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened behind me, but someone blew up. And now we have the second gun. Yeah, we got the blaster. Or the yellow gun.
Yellow gun, my beloved.
It's pretty much the same.
It's better than Jak 3.
Yeah, the beam reflexor would be amazing in this game. Now this is another memory test, but I find this one a little bit more challenging.
One thing I want to mention about the gun courses is, you really have to shoot them almost when they get out of, like, ground, because that gives you more points than if you wait until they're, like, already out and just wait a bit. So if you wait, you get less points than if you directly shoot them.
One thing to note is with this gun, you can just spin and shoot like I'm doing. It's like the most common strat used, I feel, for
yes,
casuals and everyone, really.
Yeah, in Jak 3 all missions you pretty much jump spin with the beam reflexor all the time. And it somehow sometimes loses time, but it somehow sometimes also saves you a lot of time. It's just a strat that works, mostly every time.
I kept silent there for a second, but I did hit 13k with no ammo. That's not too common, but
yeah.
sometimes it can happen where you run out of ammo, and it can be a little scary because when it gets to that part, a blaster, it can become very slow compared to like getting out when I just did, because they have a phase in the blaster where the targets just go by in like a line, like horizontally, with like a couple mixed civilians in them. But the way the line goes is so slow. Now here is where hopefully I can showcase a really cool strat.
Oh, that is actually so cool. I love that.
And you throw the zoomer over the wall using a really good timed zoomer launch.
Nice.
And you can get on, and now you can just drive to this garage beacon instead of driving through the whole city. And it's just the whole straight line.
Clean.
Very well done.
Thank you. Luckily, you don't need to hit any other load trigger or anything. The mission just stays active, so you can just hit the beacon, and once you do, it'll just be on a timer for spawning in the cutscene. And then it just spawns in the whole city.
Also, shoutouts to the chessboard on the left.
Yeah. I think Bard said that that's 0-0, but I can't remember.
Yeah, that's 0-0. If you go on there on debug mode and activate the thingy that tells you the coordinates, it will say 0-0 there.
And now we meet Kira.
Chessboard.
And now we warp to the stadium, because this is where things are gonna start to pick up. Because we get the jet board. Yay!
This is where the run starts.
Most broken item.
So to pretty much explain how this is all going to go is there's a baseline tutorial that I have to complete, and then there's the challenge part. What I'm going to do is just do the tutorial part and wait for the game to check that I've completed the tutorial. Now there is the hover glitch, which I'll explain afterwards. But what I want to do here is pretty much finish the tutorial and have it tell me that the judge is ready to pop up. And that's when the game checks for me being done the tutorial. And for some reason, if you leave, you're just able to steal the jet board. So like right now, it says activate the judge. I can leave, and now I'm able to keep the jet board. The thing is I can't die or restart mission now, otherwise I will be put back in the same checkpoint I spawned at when I restart mission. Now, the hover glitch is a whole other story, and that's pretty much doing an L1 trick that's canceled by going up or down, and then as it's canceled, you tap L1, and Jak will just continuously keep doing that same trick, and he'll just gain massive amount of height.
I think you can actually go like to infinity with that. Like there is no cap how you can go.
Yeah, as long as you keep up the inputs and doing it correctly, you pretty much never lose height.
And it causes for some really cool movement, which now I can ditch zoomers. I don't need them anymore, so I can actually use the jet board for the time being, which makes a lot of these missions so much more easier. Because some of these would be very long without the jet board. Temple being one of them that I can think of just like right now. And even Vin can be kind of long without one if like you start like killing everything.
The jet board is basically a blessing to the game. Especially with the hover, so I'm glad it got found.
So right here, I'm just skipping a little bit of movement to land up here. I just passed a checkpoint on that corner, which should make all of this next area load in around this corner. And what I like to do is grind on here, start a hover, and if you front flip with this line, you can start another grind. Like that.
That's clean.
And it makes it, you keep your speed when you land on the grind, so you don't have to worry about side flipping again, which makes having to dodge guards and stuff easier. There, typically you're supposed to be able to just walk into Vins, but if you punch board at the right time, which is just punching and getting on the jet board, you can just skip having to walk. And here's where we'll meet Vin.
Dark Eagle looks so good in this game, especially on open goal.
That is very true. A lot of the water and Dark Eco and stuff like that, I've even mentioned on my when I've streamed this game that it looks so good. Everything looks so good, honestly. Right now we're just collecting orbs. Right back there I collected a couple skull gems because during the run there are parts where I want to collect some skull gems, so I'm not fully counting on waiting for 500 at the end of the run. And these three guys and the two guys that are right here are what activate the door. And I guess it's very weird. Sometimes the door won't work instantly, but sometimes it will, like it just did there. I guess it just depends on how fast you kill them. Now we're gonna abuse the hover glitch again. And we're gonna go to the second turret. And we just figured out that because doing the second set of eggs first is faster, there's also a reason to it. And it's mostly because I'm trying to fight with the sensitivity. It's mostly because the eggs that are behind me on the third set technically aren't alive right now. And because of that, the game what the game's thinking is that I've done 2 out of 2 or 2 out of 3 right now. So this one right here would mean I've only done 2, but the game checks it as 3 out of 3 because the third set stays despawned. Shout out Zed for just figuring that out.
Can't do the third set of eggs if the game doesn't know it's there.
Ooh. I also think it's good to mention, because earlier we mentioned that we can't die since we have the jet board. Since we aren't in a city, yeah, we can.
Yes, that's a very good point. Now that we're out of the city limits, you're able to die and restart mission at your will. But once you're entered back in that city, that's when the game will put the jet board challenge back in your level tree, and then you have the city checkpoint again. But that's all of drill platform done and destroy eggs, and we're off to another side mission, which these side missions become a little bit more rough, I find, because when you're jetboarding, you have to avoid guards. And I don't know, because I seen that guy on my map and I had no idea where he was. It's a good thing I didn't go off the top, because I would have hit that Hellcat, which would have been even worse. Because if you hit a guard vehicle, you instantly go to alert 2. If you just hit a guard normally, you just go to alert 1. But for some reason, if you touch their vehicle, they don't have insurance, so they get mad. Let me just use a hover here.
Clip you had, like, I think it was somewhere in Act 2 where you shot a Hellcat and like it crouched up on the ramp.
Yeah.
Tech kid, I think it was.
Sometimes they just get mad, and it's like, yeah, that was Escort Kid, because I was by the power station.
Freaking Hellcats like you.
It's so easy for it to happen too if you're just gaming. Like, that guy's in my way, so I have to like time a good jump. This guy's in my way. It's like, it's very easy to hit any type of guard. I call them the ketchup and mustard family. Mustard mostly because after Mara's Tomb, that's when they introduced the yellow guards, which for some reason in the code they're called dark guards. So that's
Dart? Interesting.
No, D-A-R-K, like Dark Jack.
Oh, D-R.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's very weird.
Just like brighter. They're the dark guards, but they're a brighter color.
Oh, that's another thing. Hitting a civilian sometimes will just put you on an alert. So luckily I'm not going to a side mission. We're going to meet my favorite character in the entire trilogy.
Tess.
Or the Jak series, I guess I should say. Because she has quite the attitude, which I love. I can't say that she's a good shot, but she has a really cool moveset, even though we don't really get to pay attention to it. Ashlyn's moveset in this game and in Jak 3 is really cool, because I think she might be the only character that actually does like backflips and cartwheels and like tumbles and stuff. You just never get to see it.
In Jak 3, maybe you have the chance to pay attention to it as you are killing the Marauders.
So right here,
Jak 2.
I'm hovering right to the end to start the fight instantly. Getting hit there isn't bad. It's more worse if you take damage before you get here. That becomes pain. But this is just killing 20 enemies, and then mission's over.
It's 20?
Yep.
It literally feels like way more.
I try to use... That's another good point, yeah. I try to use this mission a lot to farm skull gems.
Also, having no yellow ammo anymore on this mission is a bit scary.
It is, but I think that's the last guy. Aha! I was counting in my head that's why I was like playing a little worse. So I was like, okay, that's 15, and then I took damage and I'm like, So this orb is easy to grab. This orb, on the other hand, shout out Naughty Dog. It's hidden. And I'm gonna show it.
Not
right
only
there.
That, there's also a funny guy. There he is.
There is... That woman will always scare me every day, because it's just how loud that thing can be on console sometimes. Yeah. Like, if you're not expecting... That is the robot defense system, and pretty much what her job is you can't go out of bounds. That's her job, is to keep you from swimming or going too far away. So it's essentially like the lurker shark in Jak 1.
That's my favorite orb, by the way.
That side mission, yeah, is such a troll, because they put it behind you and they give you such a good amount of time to look for it. Here's where I get full Dark Eco. Thank you, Oracle. And here's where I paid 25, and he gives me this. Bang. I killed somebody outside on accident. I heard them explode, but we won't worry about them. We don't know them. That's okay.
Okay, no respawn.
So the reason we grabbed that is because it's going to make Praxis and Core a lot more simpler by being able to Dark Bomb on one of their phases to just nullify a whole phase, which is really nice because it makes the fight so much quicker.
And wait for the Praxis one.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do like the actual like movement in Praxis 1 for like the out of bounds stuff, because there's the only issue I have with Praxis 1 and Hundo is there's an orb you need to grab at the end, and there's a really nifty strat you can do on like really rough standpoints.
Oh yeah.
And I can just never get it. Right now we're skipping talking to Onin, and we're gonna hover into the airlock to Temple, which I thought my angle was bad, but looking at the map, I think I should be okay.
Well, that's good.
And then the door opens. Now this mission is what would take, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes to an hour, just casually, roughly. I don't know. I'd say pretty much. But what we're gonna do is just use the jet board to our advantage and not have to worry about any of it. Because with the hover glitch, you can literally just, at ease, go through everything. Like, there's the next trigger in front of me for a whole entire segment. Now it's done.
And same applies to the next one. Technically, since we need...
We are skipping a lot of the area in here, which is sad because I really do love this area. It's very, very nice. This hover is hard. It's a lot.
That was sick.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but it's really sick to get. And then now we can just grab most of the orbs here. We're gonna leave 2 for later that we'll get pretty much near the end of the run because they're not really in our way where we need them yet. So we don't really have to worry about them.
Yeah, but that was pretty much all the mission.
Yeah, from 45 minutes to an hour to just a couple, I don't know, like a minute and a half. It's pretty gnarly. And then here we just use a restart warp after grabbing all the orbs, and now we go back to the portal just to start another side mission that is similar to Garage.
It's really funny, like the restart warps. The reason why they work so well is because Jak 2 sort of has a checkpoint problem. They kind of put checkpoints just at the beginning of levels and then like nowhere else. So restart warps work really, really well if you want to get back to where, back to the start of the mission where you need to go to exit.
They definitely tried to make the game harder, but for speedrunning, in terms of like restart mission, they made it way easier.
So right here,
we're casual players who complain. We just go back instantly.
Yeah, they made the game harder, but it helps us in a sense. So right there, I hovered over the wall, which dodged a load trigger for this area on the corner, and now it's just turning around this corner and driving to this beacon. And this side mission alone is pretty much the entire reason why I'm on open goal today, because on PS2, you have to time this pretty well when you get to the beacon. You have to dismount and spin at a good time so that the orbs get to Jak, because the way the orbs work in side missions is they don't really they don't spawn on you immediately. Like they have to get sucked to you, kind of like the Force in a sense. But on open gold, they're instant, so I don't ever have to worry about that. So you'll see as I fall, I just get them like that, how it should be. But on console, I'd have to wait for a little bit just to get orbs. And now here is where you abuse the jet board just to get loads of points for free gold. Like 21k points, stuff like that. Being able to spin. It makes this challenge a breeze.
Yeah, I was about to say, if we wouldn't have the hover for that, it would be so much more difficult.
Yeah, if we didn't have the hover glitch, I honestly wonder how long a Hundo run would be.
I would guess to 5 hours, 5 to 6 hours maybe.
I don't think it's that much.
Okay,
I think
maybe
it's
4 to
definitely
5.
it's nifty, but we've got a lot of other tricks too that we can substitute instead of the hover. Just like slightly slower stuff. But the hover definitely makes things a lot more convenient sometimes.
We've already achieved gold, which is 120k, and I'm just gonna keep going because why not?
Why not?
We have to make time for the timer to run out.
That too. Plus, it's good practice for like hovers later. I could probably get 200k.
Oh yeah, easy. Hey, 2020.
Well, now that we're here and it's on open goal, isn't there like a Tony Hawk point score system mod for this?
There actually is, yeah. There's one of the secrets that you can enable if you've collected enough orbs, and it'll be like, if you've ever played Tony Hawk, you know like the tricks that pop up at the bottom of the screen? Well, pretty much it's the same thing as that, where it'll just like show the points that we're getting and pretty much like copy Tony Hawk. It's really cool. But now I don't have the jetboard anymore. I just put it back. That's my quote of borrowing it. That's why I say we don't really steal it. We kind of just borrow it for the time being. And now we're figuring out here how to actually confront Praxis, because Jack's finally had enough of just being everyone's little guy and doing everything for him. And this is one of the more longer drives because it's pretty much from one end of the city almost to the other.
Yeah. But
now that we have
see a little bit of the city.
Yeah, I was about to say, now that we have the jetboard challenge completed, it's back to driving. No more like having to worry about dying in the city or restart mission. And now you can enjoy like the city and how high quality it is. That's one thing I really do get caught in a lot when I'm like playing this game. Like as I'm driving, I'm like looking around and I'm like, wow, like the fire looks pretty. The billboards are lit up all looking pretty. Some of the civilians, like they even look cool now that I can see them like 50 feet away.
Like, it just goes to show how the PS2 was literally pushed to its limit to run this game.
And sometimes over its limit. Let's be real.
Yeah, this game is... I will mention, this game looks stable, but if you've ever played Jak 2 for a long period of time, you have probably encountered your game freezing at one point or another.
I only like to say it's like held with duct tape.
I like to say it's made like those bridges you make in school where they're made out of popsicles and like that like liquid glue. They only take so much weight and then they just break. So here we roll jump and see Vin. We don't really get to see him. Now I'm listening for a zoomer right now. I hear one. There we go. And the reason I want a zoomer for this is because this mission you don't want to do on foot. But you want to destroy these turrets and hop on the button, which activates the elevator for the next mission. And now we're instantly wanted.
You basically don't want to have one of the 2 or 3 seaters. Pretty much never.
Yeah. You have to also be wary when you get off of the zoomer, because if you time it wrong and the turret shoots your zoomer, it just sends it flying backwards. And then you have no vehicle. That poor civilian just wrong place, wrong time.
Hey, still alive.
You want to know why? It's because I'm actually playing on the Japanese build of the game, which... there's only minor differences. There's not many differences compared to regular. Oh, I just shot my zoomer completely out of the way just to defend myself, but luckily this guy's here. The reason I like the Japanese build, though, is because civilians never die by Jak. If you can just beat up a civilian as many as you want, but on the normal PAL and NTSC, they die in 2 hits. Now, in Japanese, they can still die, but it won't be by Jak. It'll be by the KG. And that's all the power switches. And now we're coming up on the most linear part of the game, which is honestly still one of my favorite missions. It's crazy as it sounds. It's only one of my favorites, though, because of how visually appealing it is. But you get to witness how fast these elevators are now, which is insane. You just get launched.
And you're there.
And then you gotta grab that sneaky orb behind you. And then now you're at one of the scariest parts in the game because I'm actually scared of heights. Fun fact. So I would never want to be anything. I would not want to be up here or anything. So now I'm going to try to get across here with a spin and a punch by taking a little bit of extra damage. That turret got lucky.
Usually, like the electronics thingy there would boost you back, but if you spin, you kind of like how would I say it? Like break.
You get a small you get a small little standpoint for a second where you can do more movement to stop you from being damaged.
Yeah, and since you got hit, you have iframes and you can practically move on it for a short amount of time. Just pretty.
I can't believe we just brushed past that cool ass move that you just did.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention
that's another thing. Like I've played this game for so long now that I don't even know what looks cool or anything anymore, because when I started out in 2020, I was looking at all of like Josh, your runs, for example, or like Lucas's runs. I was like, wow, like I'll never be up to where these guys are. But like now I finally kind of like am, and it's like it's so surreal to think about sometimes. Back there I did Dark Bomb on Praxis to skip the first phase. So that makes this so much more simpler, because now you can just shoot at him and you don't have to worry about him being on his like machine gun phase, which I think, don't quote me, is the longest phase because he has more health. But I'm not sure. I can't remember if he has the same amount of health for each bar. It just feels like the first phase was always longer.
I feel like with the amount he moves in the first phase, it feels a little bit longer. I think with Dark Bomb you save like maybe 20 to 30 seconds.
Yeah, it definitely saves you a good amount of time comparing to not using Dark Bomb. But that's the entire Praxis fight, and that's the victory orb, I like to call it. And that's all the orbs for Act 1. We don't have to collect any more.
I remember when I was younger, that mission was way too difficult for my small brain.
It still can be difficult. I find Praxis is... The first two phases aren't bad, but when you get to the tornado phase, that's when he can be really tricky, because he'll go anywhere, I find. I find he has a small set path he'll go, but on phase 3, it feels a little bit more random, where he just wants you dead. There, I restart warp to get into the hip hog a little bit quicker. Here, I'm going to try a strat, and if it doesn't work, well, it's okay. But if I do it correctly, hopefully we're able to collect all these money bags out of bounds without having to worry about the guards. But this strat is... I can hear every Jak 2 runner now screaming at me to not be doing this. But it's okay.
No, this is the perfect time.
True, gotta show off.
This is the perfect time to do it.
Okay, well, we got stuck in the ground. It can happen.
Hey, it was cool while it lasted.
But essentially, that would have been the last bag, and right here, the map would be deloaded, and you'd be able to just drive out of bounds and not have to worry about any of these guards. But now we have to worry about being shot at, which I don't even really worry about. I just get annoyed because these guards' bullets, not only do they damage you, they have a push factor where they'll just push your vehicle around at will. And sometimes when you're caught off guard just picking up a money bag or just driving, they hit you with a stray bullet at the right spot, you just completely turn to the right or left and you're just stopped on a dime. And it makes...
I also feel like on open goal they have way more accurate aim.
Yeah, I was gonna say it makes it rough because that's what I was gonna lead into. I was gonna say it makes it rough because it feels like they are way more accurate on open goal, but I feel like that is because there's no lag. So it's like I was saying the other night when I was doing a run, I was like, it pretty much feels like the game is working as it should be compared to console. But I find that a lot of the guards shooting at you and stuff like that is RNG and just random. You can't ever... You can predict if they're going to shoot you or not, but you're never going to know if they're going to hit you.
Also, on the cool notes you gave me, I just read the next part for the next mission. Can I explain it that way?
I think I remember what I wrote too, yeah, if you wanted to.
Alright, it will do.
I mean, it literally is, actually.
Another stutter. I find that they happen a lot when there's a lot going on. Like when there's loads of guards and... When there's loads of guards and just everything like that, I find like that's when I have a lot of stutters, or like when I'm in bigger areas. That's the only time I really get them. I get them in class races here and there, which can be annoying, but it's not that bad. And now we're doing another drive to Torn to do a mission that I'm not very fond of, but it'll be okay.
Makes it better.
If you want, you could explain it right now before I even get to it.
Yeah, sure. So, well, the next mission would be Shuttle 1, where you basically move people from one point to another, and, well, the best way to explain it, if you played Crazy Taxi at some point, it's literally the same, but only with the difference that you get shot.
Yep. And you don't make any money. And you have no idea who the guys are.
That as well. You only get rewarded with another mission.
Pretty, yeah. Well, actually, Torn does give us the blue gun, but it's more or less because he's scared that we're not able to go through Dead Town. Not really like a reward, I guess. But I call this Haven Uber. And we have to pick up 4 of these guys and bring them to each safe house. As I give Jack a massive headache, slamming him into the wall.
Bonk.
So this guy will get in. He's my little buddy friend. And yeah, this mission's literally just dropping them off. You pick them up, drop them off, and that's literally it. And sometimes it's more than what it seems, because these guys are really accurate on this mission, and
yeah,
knowing me, I'll probably have to swap vehicles around this after I drop this guy off, because where you drop him off in front of Dead Town, which has a vehicle spawn. So if there's another 2-seater there, kind of like the one I just drove past, or similar to the one that I have, then I'll use it, because their damage factor is they damage the vehicle so quickly with their bullets.
Not to mention the 2-seater is incredibly slow.
Sadly, you can't use a zoomer because they don't want to hold on to Jack for some reason. They can't wrap their arms around him, sadly. But it'd be cool if you could. So I grabbed another vehicle. A little fun fact to know is the vehicle I just dropped off, because it's part of this mission, it's actually just going to stay there the entire time, even until like... It might actually be there when I come back to actually start the Dead Town mission, because it just doesn't despawn until you leave the city. So it's just a 2-seater that sticks there until pretty much
the game believes you're gonna use that one vehicle only throughout the whole mission.
That would be cool if we could.
I mean, the vehicles tend to be, or feel like they are paper thin.
True.
So you kind of have to change the vehicles at some point.
I have a guy chasing me.
We usually like to drive under them and like change our zone to like completely obliterate them.
Yeah, that's another cool strat to do, because it can like get rid of the guards.
But if you mess it up,
if you mess it up, it's pretty much instantly a mission fail, because these dudes aren't too tanky. Luckily, they can take an explosion, but they are very they can't swim. They're like lurkers. I see a zoomer. He's coming this way, but he's far back. Okay, it's a good thing I went this way because this guy's here. So that guy's now swimming, and I have his vehicle. It's going to take him a while to get back home, but that's the end of Haven Uber. And I'm not even wanted anymore, which is kind of rare considering a lot of the time you finish the mission, they chase after you until you get the Thorn.
I love that they just like forget. They're just like, he was wanted, but you know, I don't even know
it's like the same
anymore.
it's the same as the end of Moneybags. Like they're looking right at you, you just pick it up and then they're like, we've lost. I'll take the L. Yeah.
What were we doing? Yeah, and now we come up on the what?
Oh, I guess I can explain that. That is due to me when I swapped vehicles in the air from a two-seater to this zoomer. You actually store your momentum if you don't land on the ground. So it will give you that type of like launch storage, I call it. I haven't really found a use for it anywhere, but it more is not useful because it can mess things up depending. The Fortress restart warp, for example, if you have that happen, sometimes it can mess that up.
Definitely the first time I've seen that.
Yes, same.
Hey, look, there's that two-seater I was talking about. It's still there. And this is the final mission of Act 1, where we just have to go find Samos' hut. And we do end up skipping quite a chunk of the level by doing an extended and a boosted. The extended starts right here, which I started a little bit too early, so I'll take a little bit of damage, but that's okay. Now I have to worry about this guy up here, not this guy. That guy. Because for some reason, compared to console, that guy is way more aware. And that boosted is nice, because now we can just go to the hut. And I'm actually going to collect these skull gems while I have the time. Because I usually have a count of 25 to 30 when I'm finishing here. That I keep a note by.
Bro stood up just to lay down again.
And that's the end of Act 1. Normally I'd kill these guys, but you can just restart.
Nice.
And now could be a good time for a break if the hosts want to. Either or. This game's too fun. I have too much fun.
Makes sense. Woo!
Good job.
It was like, I asked. And I was like, okay, you answered. Are you still going to take the break?
Blame it on the host.
It's 100% my fault. I should know better. But yeah, we're going to take a break if you're good.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm good to go.
Perfect. Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take breaks every hour. So just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we're going to take that quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we're showcasing Jak II. We're in the... Well, I guess not in the middle, but we're in the midst of a run. So whenever you're ready, if you want to take it away.
All right, we'll just keep driving. I accidentally hit that guy. I feel bad. I wasn't really paying attention to him, but that's okay. Pretty much right now, we're just going to finally collect the jet board and keep it forever, which also ties into a mission called Scouts, which can be... It can be very difficult if you don't know what you're doing because they have a set pass. They have multiple set paths that they go in, and if you're not too memorized on which way they can go, then you might be playing Ring Around the Rosie with them for a little bit. So hopefully that's not what I have happen.
I would like to say this is where the run begins.
I think you said that about 3 times now.
Yeah, at this point, like, I was saying it last night, I was like, I don't even know when to say, like, the run begins. It just, like, it all feels so slow, and then just, like, I don't know, like, it's like Thanos snap, just immediately you're in the pits of purgatory and just being obliterated by every guard in the game.
I mean, I always say it in Jak 3 when we get the jet board. That's where the run begins. Well,
I find it's a good way to describe this because Scouts is a hard opening for when you get the jet board first off in a speedrunning sense. Casually catching the Scouts is also hard because you're kind of just like, why are these guys so fast? But in a speedrun sense, I have it mapped out in a certain way where I always use certain standpoints, so many like spins on the jet board with boosts to essentially make sure I'm going like the right speed and stuff like that. It's very technical. We'll just take a little bit of damage there because there's a little bit of an invis wall that doesn't let you go further in the ramps right there saying you need to go through this door and we're not letting you bring the zoomer with you, which if you could, that would be really cool. But there.
In some instances you can.
Yeah. In some instances, there's a really cool like mountain temple skip you can do driving out of bounds and using a zoomer to like launch in the bottom of the airlock at the start of the game, which we did use for Praxis 1 as a speedrun, which was really cool. But right here, there's only one scout on this side, the other 4 on the left side. And you pretty much just want to try to time your side flips and be on the right of him so you can kind of cut him off and jump on top of him. This one I do a front flip because he'll stutter. Like that. And it's easy to catch him.
Nice.
And then I use this bush here. And I'll time, well, 2 side flips like that. 3 hovers and a free fall. And you should be able to catch this guy simple. 4th guy, just full speed.
This one is
you should be able to catch him.
Me.
He can be very mean. Sometimes you can catch him like right here. And same with this guy. He'll either go over the tree branch or the water. Okay, so he's going over the water, which is the best scenario for me. So that's all the Scouts done. That was probably the best way to showcase how Scouts is done, which is really cool. And now we're just picking up some of the excess orbs that are here. We're gonna leave 2 behind for when we come back on 30 metalheads, and that's when we'll collect the other 2. But I think that might change soon, depending, because I've kind of thought out a lot where you do end up finishing the 1st scout and the 3rd scout near both orbs, so you might be able to grab all of them. And it might be quicker than to just grab any on 30 metalheads, but I haven't thought of it yet. Me talking about 30 metalheads, I punch for the ammo boxes that physically aren't there yet. The classic speedrunner. Oop. There's the first instance of where you're too quick and you accidentally press one button before the other. Now, this is a really cool strat that we like to call, well, some people call it Ghost Town, I call it Dead Town, even though it's the name of a place. And pretty much what happens is you get the city loaded in, but there's no guards, or civilians, or vehicles, or the HUD for matter of fact. So I had to pretty much traverse to Ashland with the knowledge of where I'm going, like how to get there just off of memory. But what this does is on console, it makes it so much easier to have less lag and just make it simpler to get through the city without having to bonk into literally anything, because if you look at now, there's nothing here, and comparing to like a full city where you see a bunch of civilians and guards everywhere, it can be quite a big pain. And then around this corner, and you want to do a little bit of a restart warp. I used to do a death warp here, but I found out that you can just restart as well right here, and it works just out the same. And that cancels the Ghost Town so that I can load in the mission, because certain missions aren't enabled when you're in Ghost Town. And some that are, you can play, and some that also are, like talking to Brooder, for example, will soft lock you. So you can't talk to Brooder in Ghost Town. Yeah, if you do Ghost Town and load in Brooder, and then go talk to him, eventually, once you like hit that triangle button to talk to him and skip the cutscene, you're just frozen. You just can't do anything. Yep. I watched a few new runners do it, and I feel bad because I've even done it. but we all live and learn, and that's essentially what happens is because you're in Ghost Town. I'm sure that like there's more of a bigger explanation because you're able to talk to Onin and play Onin game when you have Ghost Town, which is weird. Like tent loads in, so you're able to stay in. But for most other missions, you do have to do some sort of like restart mission or death warp to load in the city more with like the assets. And here we get to see one of the cutest things in the game. These little guys. Look at little Jack go. Now what I have to do here is...
I don't know if you're... Sorry to interrupt. Ray, I don't know if you're seeing chat here. A little important. Go ahead, Scarlet.
Really, we're just killing guards. That's really what this is. Killing guards and hoping that this kid doesn't stop. Because these guards will make him stop, and after a bit of him stopping, he'll actually get arrested. So we can't let little Jack get caught by a guard. Like that.
You know, I mean, knowing the KJ, is that really that crazy, you know? Like, I wouldn't put it past them to want to arrest a kid.
These guys on the map should be okay. He has an army going after him. Now here's where I always say I hold up that yellow, like, diamond sign that says baby on board, but these guards don't care. So pretty much it's me driving this kid to the power station to core because that's where most of the time the kid wants to be.
Right. Pepe left.
So the kid thinks.
Forza the win.
And they kind of do spoil a little bit with the cutscene that gets placed here that we skip, where the Crocodog will actually pee on core. And if you notice in the cutscene, they actually show the Crocodog liking Jack, but he doesn't like core. So there's your small little hint when you're first playing to realize that core might not be good. It's very subtle. Oh my goodness, that was way too close.
That was close. Oh my god.
More, dot more. I don't think so.
Nope. And now we restart mission here, so we don't have to go to the hip hog, and this starts port run, which is destroying all the cargo in port. Normally use a jet board, but I don't actually do that. I use the vehicle, which makes things a little bit more easier because I don't have to worry about bombs, and I do have to worry about bombs where they explode, but I don't have to worry too much as I would on the jet board because I can snipe the cargo like I am with the blaster, which makes things so much easier. I used to be a jet board enjoyer. Like, I still love doing this mission with the jet board. Yeah.
I think this is the only part that I like doing on the jet board.
It's very
like
common. Yeah. I honestly I kind of enjoy when we can still do stuff somewhat casually, it feels like.
Yeah.
And now, that's all done. Restart warp. Finish the mission, and this mission is one of my hated because...
Oh, lurkers.
Yeah. If you remember Haven Uber, it's essentially the same thing, just with lurkers, and they're not the brightest. And now there are friends in this game. Okay, well, there we go. And for some reason, you can pick these guys up on a zoomer, but not the shuttle fighters guys. Because Naughty Dog?
I mean, look at
I don't know.
Look at those arms.
If someone if someone has an explanation for it, I mean, I'm sure that it can be said, but I do find it weird that you can fit a big lurker like this on a zoomer, but not a tiny another human.
True.
The shuttle guy is so tiny compared to that lurker.
Or maybe they just grip onto it.
Yeah, they just get onto it, hold onto it really hard. My real question here is, why does the zoomer not, like, you know, stop floating with it on it?
True.
I would say it would do a wheelie, but is it really a wheelie since it has no wheels?
The one thing about this mission is the guards shoot at you like this. There are 2 lurker missions in the game, and this one, I guess the trade-off is you get 3 and you have to deliver them to Brooder and you get shot at, but I guess the trade-off for the second one is it's 3 more lurkers, but they don't shoot at you. They just make it extremely difficult by putting one near the water. Oh, I'm sorry.
Also, another thing you may have noticed, how Scarlett just shot this first guy, shot the first zoomer, so that the lurkers just dropped off here. He just stays there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they drive off into Narnia, and it takes forever to go catch them.
The bro could have just walked back to Brother, actually.
What also helps doing that at the start is right now I have no alert as well, because I haven't really attacked any guards. So it did also end the alert a little bit earlier than normal, which that also makes this mission near the end a little bit easier. And here's where I had to do something a little different compared to console. On console, what I would have done at the start of this mission is talk to the side mission stand that has the ring challenge, and I would be able to have this mission active right now, and I'd be able to restart warp back to the side mission stand in front of the hip hog, and I would be able to go to the hip hog extremely quick. Now, due to Open Goal actually working and doing things correctly, it actually cancels that side mission from being active the second I start lurkers compared to console, which keeps it active. And I'm quite sure that that is a bug that happens, and the way Open Goal does it, where you're not able to touch the side mission stand while you're on lurkers, is actually the intended way of it supposed to be working. So that's another little fun fact.
But glad we have this death warp.
Yeah, the death warp is... I've learned that on Peacemaker, when you just go for Peacemaker hover and then you fail it and then you die and you spawn in the hip hog. That can happen. And that's kind of where I got the knowledge for that one. I was like, oh, I'll just do that, and then I'll be there. So it does help a little bit. This mission, on the other hand, is another... If I had a list of top 5 hated missions, this one would probably be either like 4th or 5th. Mainly due to just how random and annoying it can be. When you come here a second time, it's not so bad, but this mission, it's just not fun. Especially on console, with way more lag and stuff. Some of these ropes, just like you'll go through them, or they just won't break.
Those ropes.
And luckily with Open Goal, like, they have a lot of that fixed. But it's a pretty quick and easy mission. So see, prime example. That's why I do not like this mission.
The game just wanted to show what could happen.
Yeah. And then I die here.
Twice.
And then easy as that. And we're gonna die again because it'll put us above the elevator. Which is easy because they didn't make this part of the wall solid, so you can just front flip to your death. Instead of riding the elevator up, you're here.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's the fun. The fun. If I had a top 5 favorite mission, I'd say this one would have to be 5th for sure.
I know exactly why.
Right now we're just going to see Vin and see what he has to say, because there's still problems going on outside the city walls. that we don't know of yet, but we have seen instances of them already being in the strip mine. Jack, I think we have some trouble in the strip mine, is what he was about to say. But now, what we're doing is we're gonna throw some bombs into these eco-ball containers, and what happens is they pretty much get rid of whatever problem they're causing. They attract more metalheads, I guess Vin says. So to get to the last one, we actually do an easy hover like I did at the start, which makes that so much more simpler, because that one takes so long to traverse to. There's two that take a while to traverse to, and it was the second well that takes the longest, and then this next well that I'm doing right here with the hover glitch, this one also takes a heck of a long time with the containers, but here I just hover up and slide down, and I can get to the last well. And you can do it under a minute.
I was about to say, there's still a minute left for it. And now literally your worst mission.
Yeah, this mission is not fun, because on console, I find a lot of people, they can't see the little lip, like right here, this yellow like caution tape I call it. It messes up a lot of your hovers. Like, it'll just kill them. So you have to be really careful and time it right. But here I'm lucky and I'm not having to worry about any of that, because I had a good path where I was going. And this essentially skips that entire part that nobody likes with the flying guards that everyone would complain about, and essentially puts me all the way to the second phase of the ship, which means I only have to do this side of the ship and then I'm done.
And the coolest part with Open Goal is you can also use your keyboard. And if you have like shooting, I think it's on R1 on the controller. And if you have it on your keyboard also like bound to a key, you can mash it even faster. Which is something I like to do.
I just butterfly tap with my two fingers.
Yeah.
And you can fire like that.
I mean, I also do it on the controller, but like on keyboard, it just feels even faster. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I mean, technically, if you want to go really fast, you could macro it, but, well, not sure if that is within the rules.
Is that allowed?
Legal?
And just like
you can
that,
also, like, find hovers to a macro and go like full speed. That is definitely against the rules.
remind me that when I come back here, I have to grab an orb. I'm gonna keep that in my memory. There's only one, so I don't have to worry. I know when I can grab it too. It's just gonna be far out.
I'm trying to figure out which. Oh, I know which orb you're talking about. Okay.
Where I ran 80% all orbs, I know exactly how to get to it.
Yeah.
It's just that movement is gonna be crazy to do, because that means I can't get Drive of Shame, but that also means I have a lot harder movement to do.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Are you gonna do the out of bounds for that one?
For this one, yes. There is a strat that Lord Blorden actually found. You used to have to hit all 3 valves, but Lord figured out that you can hover through the ceiling, and when you're out of bounds, you can traverse to the 3rd valve instead. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. And when we go there, we're able to hit it underwater. Now, the only issue is this can take a bit, because the hitbox for this thing is very weird underwater. But you're essentially just trying to spin to have Jak hit the valve, just like that. So it didn't take as much time as I thought it would, but sometimes you can be down here for a good minute just doing that movement and hoping for something to happen. And the issue with doing this is it actually blocks, it keeps the collision to stop you from going the normal route. So you have to go out of bounds here and end the mission through this way in order to get to the end room, which is right here. And then there's an orb secretly here. And this orb is special because on PS2, that orb is easily, like, it just will disappear if you start Sewers 3. So you had to collect that one. On Open Goal, they have that fixed, so you don't have to worry about that orb, so that's really nice.
Shout out to Open Goal.
Yeah, I'm blessed, like, to have all of this. There's a lot of guards around here because I hit a civilian, but that's okay. We're just gonna go try to warp to the carrier as fast as we can and get through the city as fast as we can as well. Kind of doing some of the old movement that we did earlier. A lot of it intertwines between each other. You can start a hover here to death warp to the carrier a little bit earlier than doing it here, but I find it's a little bit more hard, so I just do it here to be safe. And then you just pop at the carrier.
The loading times are so fast in this.
Yeah, that's another thing, yeah. Like, you blink and you're in the next area. So because this still loads in the drill mission, I do a restart mission here, so it loads in the second part, which is where the seal piece is.
Wow, I didn't realize you could do that restart warp so early.
Me neither.
Yeah, I was messing around with it earlier, and Blord even told me, like, I could do it more earlier than what I was doing in runs, so I was like, oh, I'll try to go for it.
I was always going like past the 2 metalheads. Or the 2 guards, actually, and then restart warp.
So this is a lot of scary movement that I don't like, because dying in this mission, you just go right back to the start. And it's not a fun time, because there's a lot of this area to have to go through. And when you die, it takes so much time and just to get back to where you were.
But hey, freestyle jumps.
In a sense, yeah. Luckily for me, I was able to get through here with ease.
Clean.
Very nicely done.
And then here, I'm gonna do a weird little ending, because we have to go to the seal piece that's above. So what I like to do is angle here with a side flip, and then just try to aim and spam so I can get up.
Holy.
But we failed, so we have to use the camera. We'll look at where we are. Okay, just come up here.
Just make sure not to get involved again.
Yeah, that's like, that was another like scary instance. If you get invuln here, like having to like get rid of it can be very tricky. I'm surprised I was able to like do it as quick as I did when I had it. So technically you'd have 100 orbs where I'm down 1. I am 99. So thankfully that I ran all open orbs, or not all open orbs, but any percent all orbs, where it gives me this. Instead of leaving drill platform, it's gonna be crazy movement where I have to do this like weird hover and leave through the portal. But I'm not thinking about that right now. Let's talk about how this side mission is kind of funny, because it is no more than a straight line. It's one of the few side missions that's kind of free. Until...
Gorge.
Yeah, until he wants to be a little bit of a pain. You just hover over this wall and orb will be right next to the propaganda sign. Now, luckily, we don't have to start the side mission right now, because I wouldn't be able to. Because we talked crew first, so now I can lose my alert and then start the side mission, which now we're getting into the harder ring challenges. The second one I don't find is too bad. It's like a half and half of Zoomer and Jetboard. It's the third one that I do not like at all.
Trying to think which one that is.
The third one's where you have to drive on top of like a walkway for most of the way. Through Industrial.
Yeah, that was something else. But the mission after that is also something else. Like after this mission.
Yeah, I kind of forgot until now.
Was it a bad reminder?
Nah. Pretty much this is the half and half part, I like to say, where you use the jetboard for like I guess you could say like 3/4 of it is the jet board, and then 1/4 of it's just a zoomer.
Okay, here's the ghost ring.
I didn't go through it this time.
Luckily.
You do want to try to avoid hitting civilians as well, because if you tap X as you're going by a civilian and like you hop on them, you can just like bounce off of them. I call it like a wall kick. And you go the opposite direction, which can be annoying. Not as annoying as the most annoying mission in the game, though. Which, yeah, I'd say if there's a top 3, it's this one's definitely there. Now entering the zone of where this game can take any runner and flip you on your head and make you look like you've never played this game before.
Yay!
Now, luckily, this guy is right here.
Oh, that was convenient.
This split, I always use a zoomer on, but I always have to put in a lot of focus because you want to start your blue gun shots early. That way, it tilts the Hellcats, kind of like that, and it'll like push them away, so you don't have to worry about them hitting you. Otherwise, if they start hitting you, it can be game over. You just get pushed around. It's like you're going on the big kid's side when you're a little kid, and they're like, no, you can't go on the slide, and then they start pushing you around and bullying you.
But
It's that same feeling.
Another thing to note. I was gonna say another thing to note that the blue gun in this kind of missions looks like it deals a lot of damage, which it does, but when you use it against some of the bosses, like for example the crew, namely, it doesn't deal as much damage. It feels like it's pretty much the worst of the 4 weapons in this game. But for this kind of mission where you just shoot the ships, it just feels like it's the best one for the job. It's something a bit weird about it, but it's also a bit cool because you get to use it in the run.
Luckily, okay.
Oh my gosh.
This is why I can't say anything until I get to the end. Okay.
That was aggressive.
Luckily, we did it without dying. And it's back-to-back of just pain. This mission's also very hard casually. Oh, that's a bad angle. So now I'm gonna have to do...
But yeah, what I wanted to say before is like the problem with 5 Hellcats is usually you would get like one of the guard zoomers to spawn, but on 5 Hellcats you get 2, which is just way more painful. And especially with open goal, the guards have basically an aimbot. They like snipe you away, which makes it so much more difficult.
Luckily, we just got through 2 of the hardest missions in the entire act with probably the most breeze I've had in ages. Luckily.
Yeah, that was sick. That went really well.
So what happened in slums? What was supposed to happen there is you can just hover over the entire mission, but my angle was bad, and I know where the invisible wall actually sticks out, and I would have bonked off that and been flown in the water. So I had to kind of adapt with some very tricky like side flip movement, which worked out luckily. But that mission can definitely eat you alive sometimes going for the hover, because some of the civilians that can be on the boardwalk can be annoying. You can mess up one of your side flips and just fall in the water. A lot can happen because you can't touch the water there. There's that robot that I was talking about that's in pumping station, and it's always active on that mission. So if you fall in the water during that mission, GG's.
I think there's actually one way where you can like disable or destroy it rather.
Yeah, a lot of people save up Dark Bomb, and they will Dark Bomb the water just as it pops up, and that will kill it, and then you're able to freely just traverse through the water.
Which is kind of cool. And what I wanted to say before is on the last 2 missions, like 5 Hellcats and the CLPs, even though it looked easy the way Elytra did it, but in reality it is like extremely difficult and painful.
Yeah, like these 4 missions I call the gauntlet of Jak II because they're pretty much all stacked up against you. Now we're in Class 3, which, if you played any racing games and have had some fun with them, you know that you can probably do some glitches and stuff in other racing games, but there's also some in Jak II as well, where you can do things called lap skips, like I just did, and ride up the wall and just go to the next part of the track, skipping about 30% of the track and getting another lap secured. In total, this saves about 30 seconds compared to doing a normal Class 3. You usually get like a 2-minute Class 3. That's like the average I find. This will give you like a 140, 130, 135, 140. 137 I think is the best I've had.
By chance, what is your split time on Class 3 compared to mine? Since I don't do lap skips.
I think it's like 138. So it would be... It's like the total segment would probably be roughly the same.
I'm pretty much on like close to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Like second time.
And on console, I would not, well, I still waited because I'm not even on console, but on console, you'd have to wait like I did at the end of the results screen for the orbs to be sucked into Jak. And where I am so accustomed to not soft locking myself, I still waited anyways, even though I don't have to on open goal, luckily. Which is it's been honestly such less like anxiety inducing knowing that I can avoid like all my soft locks. Because when you run this game on console, it becomes a nightmare sometimes.
Yeah.
Here we're just gonna do a nifty death warp with a camera going high up to spawn us here.
Also, maybe chat saw it on the left. Shout out to Retro Clank. Cool little
the classic
they put in there.
The classic little image that they have of both. It's really cool to see like game devs like back in the day that close like together.
Two golden games.
And now we're at this mission is I don't even know how to explain this mission. Very painful. I don't know what this mission, the best way to explain it is someone was having a bad day in development and they said, all right, make a mission. And he said, all right, I got you, fam. And it became this. And it's essentially trying to kill all 30 of these guys and not die as quick as you can.
And
which
just like
I try to use. Yeah, I try to use like the glow of their like metalhead gem to like figure out where they are. And the problem with that is if you played this game and you're doing what I'm doing, collecting them as you kill them, if you die, they don't respawn with skull gems. So that makes it even harder for them to be able to be seen.
That's funny
I just want my orb.
Even though it looks like Bloodray has 4 HP, it's actually only 3 because technically on your last hit, you're just dead. Well, actually you get 4 hits. Well, think about it again.
Yeah, it's only 4. So Squash is on 2 HP right now.
There's always 11 on this side, but I'm wondering where this guy is. It wouldn't hurt to check because I know he might go on the other side. No, he's just directly in front of me. There's sometimes that these guys, like this guy for prime example, where he's running away, that they'll go on the other side of the mountain. And then I have to kind of guess if he's left or not. And then I'm like wondering why my count's down by 1. So, so here, these guys can be annoying, but you just kind of want to use the tree.
Shoot the floor.
Yeah, they start to shoot the floor and then they like raise up. They get a little bit smart. There I was going to hover up, but I guess I'll just have to come over here.
I I mean, if I would stay there with my gun in my hand the entire day, like, my arm would also get weak.
Where was that guy?
Holding the gun up.
Was that guy, like, up there? I swear he was. Okay, hitting that guy is good, because then that's one less hit, meaning I can probably punch him later on, he'll just die instantly. I don't have to worry about him. And I still hear something by me.
And that is also the last orb in that area.
It indeed is. That guy didn't die, but he can stay alive because he's not cloaked anymore. That's another thing to note. If you hit these guys twice with a gun, their cloaks will disappear. So you can see how, like, there's 4 of them up here, but these 2 guys aren't cloaked.
I've never seen 4 up there. Only seen like 2.
Me either. It's just like good luck, I guess.
There's always something.
This guy was right here somewhere. Okay, well, he's dead now. Now the other 2 I have no clue because sometimes they run around. See, okay, so one guy went and crawled all the way to the other side, and then there's another guy way in front of me.
Yeah, like they're so annoying like that.
And they don't care.
They just roam.
They're just like, oh, the forest exists. Let me go traverse through all of here.
Yeah.
Now, luckily,
this is probably my least favorite mission as well.
Yeah, it can be very painful, especially like if you just die like anywhere. It's such a big time loss. Where is this guy? I heard you. There you are.
They move so far away and it doesn't feel like they could move that fast.
I didn't even need to restart mission, but I guess it'll make it a little bit easier. Actually, I say that, but then it would have just not spawned the ammo boxes, so I guess I did need to. And now that all the crazy hard parts out of the way, there's still one last mission that can be sort of difficult, I find, but it's not that bad at all. And here we're just going to do Ghost Town again, just because I'm able to. I'm able to actually talk to Onin through Ghost Town, which is nice, so I don't have to worry about traffic or anything like that. But we're off to see Onin to do Onin game, which, if you like pressing buttons, the mini game's for you.
This is probably the best minigame. Sorry to all the fish game lovers out there for Jak 1, but this takes the top spot for Jak and Daxter minigames.
I know some people that say they, what is it? They're in Jak 3 again.
Oh, Satellite?
Some people say that is the best minigame. Like, I like to disagree.
Yeah, as a runner, I like to disagree as well.
Only minigame is just like, it's a vibe.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
Trying to get a gold medal in Satellite is like pulling teeth. I don't know. It just takes forever.
It's literally impossible. It's impossible. No, it isn't, but it is.
I find an Onin game is a little bit better because what you're trying to do really is just hit the same symbol as many times as you can in a row, but you get 20 misses. The Satellite, you only get 5.
Yeah.
True. But one thing I can say, Daxter, Pac-Man minigame and Jak 3. That is the worst.
Oh, Pac-Man? Yeah, I suck at Pac-Man, I can't lie.
Maybe I'm the weird one here, but I like it.
Do you like the Pac-Man?
Matrix.
Yeah.
Matrix is fire and Daxter. And Indiana Jones. That goes hard.
And Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, I actually do enjoy a lot of the Daxter minigames.
There's only one problem with those. There's only one problem. They just take way too long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's way too long. Like there's one, it's a Lord of the Rings reference minigame, and it takes like 10 minutes to get gold. Like actually 10 minutes. Just doing the same little inputs over and over. It's mind-numbing, to say the least.
Is it the stairs one?
It's the oh shoot.
I think it's with
it's the precursor robot
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I do remember there is also one with like where they come up a ladder on the wall, I think it was.
Oh yeah. Is that also a Lord of the Rings? I can't remember which one's which. I've never seen Lord of the Rings, unfortunately, so I don't.
Me neither.
I forget the.
I think I only saw one.
It's crazy because my only gripe with Daxter is I just did not like cannery. It just treated me badly.
Yeah. It's a really strange level.
I even got lost. I was like, I don't know where I am.
It's so easy to like start going backwards in that level and not realize it. So yeah, I don't blame you.
I did that in Lumber Mill too.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that.
Also, before we forget about it, you see Skeletor press like more buttons, like that appear on screen, for example, X in that case earlier, as like the last input till the next wave comes up. And then presses X again first, because that gives more points. Just so we...
The more times you press a button in a row?
Yeah. Yo, can we get 3 more missiles?
I think it's also kind of neat, like, strategizing for this as well, because you can play really risky. You can kind of see Scarlettra doing it as well. He's, like, waiting for some of the buttons to fall. So, like, say if he has, like, 4 circles in a row, right? And he sees, you know, a square falling, but he wants to wait and see if another circle spawns so he could get a ton of points off that 5th circle press in a row, which does make your own in-game faster. But again, it's a riskier game to play. And you kind of have to feel, you know, your risk versus reward type thing. And Scarlettra's going as risky as possible, it seems, for maximum speed.
And here you just want to purposely miss so you can just end the mission once you get the orbs. And that's Ode game completed! I find that mission's very hard because you do them back to back, and now like my brain is like, it's so focused on just staring at my screen that like I have to blink now. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Oh God, I have to move.
Oh yeah, also now we come up to the, or almost come up to the 80% segment. Well, technically 80%, pretty much the entire Act 3 is, well, 20%.
Yeah. At the start of any percent, you pretty much do a trick that skips all of what Scarlettra has been doing this entire run up to Act 3. And we just basically play through that because we don't have a need to play through the earlier missions. We just skip through to Act 3.
This is just a quick little side mission. Over the wall and over the wall again. And sometimes it can be a pain though, because like, yeah, that Hellcat was kind of in the way, but it's okay.
And what I like to say is, the unfortunate part about 80% is, or, well, the way we skip to Act 3 for 80% is, we skip the best missions. 80% is just pain. It's a full... What else am I supposed to say? It's like a full gauntlet of pain.
Act 3's got some great missions. Some of them are, you know, obviously the difficulty goes up because it's Act 3, but I think it's got some great missions.
Once you get out of Mars Tomb, that's when they like introduce the yellow guards and the bigger hitboxes, and that's when I find like they can be a little bit more annoying.
Yeah.
But that's how you open Myers' tomb, so that mission's literally just an entire cutscene and movement, so there's not really much to do there, luckily. Now, normally on console, I go for Ghost down here, but where the game is so quick, it's just pointless.
I was just about to ask
everyone
about
just,
that.
yeah, everyone just sees stutters, and I'm just like, oh, another normal day. Another normal open goal thing. Oh, that poor guy.
I've actually seen those stutters lead to crash, but I only think I saw it in Rescue, like in Fortress. Like
if it happens, I have my save, so I'm not even worried.
Luckily, I'm not sure if they fixed it. Maybe they did.
But yeah, now we're pretty much like 60-something%. I forget what the exact is.
62.
We're halfway through.
This would be pretty much the exact point that you would skip to in any percent. You would go straight from the first mission, escape, just straight to here.
In like 3 minutes or so?
Yeah,
a little under 3 minutes.
I guess we can all agree that Mars Tomb is a really good looking place. Probably my favorite location.
Yeah, like in open goal now, like the green eco, like little gauntlet things, they look so cool. Right now we're doing some out of bounds movement to do a trick called Daxter Chase Skip, which I grab Involve 1 through this dark eco, but luckily I die first, so I guess I get a chance to try one more time. But essentially what I can do is I can dive in dark eco, get a thing called Involve 1 where I'm in a state of like invulnerability and the enemies don't even really notice me. And what I have to do with that is splat into the boulder room to get invulnerability 2, which then I can use my guns and my jet board and actually activate cutscenes. Because in Invuln 1, if I activate a cutscene, it stays at a black screen until I somehow nullify Invuln 1. And this trick was like, it is one of the newer ones that's been found. So you dive under the plane nest or so. And there's a splat.
Nice.
Clean.
And then you want to use the spider. And then boom, you're back to Jak. I wish I could explain it, but this is like, now this is one of the splits that I don't actually know how to explain. But pretty much
this is a weird one.
you go through here, and once the camera follows, you can see the end plates with the trampolines, and you just want to fall in there.
I mean, Invuln as a trick can lead to some really weird interactions with the game where it just gets really confusing the more you look at it.
Ah, there it is. The game gets confused.
Yep. And it thinks that you've just fully completed. Now that's a bad angle, so I don't want to die or retry that. This orb's in a pretty precarious spot.
My favorite orb.
And now we're going to skip all of Right Tomb, which I guess I have to start over here. I guess that's okay. And what this does is going through here will bring us through Tomb. Yeah, it'll bring us right to the Tombstone room. Now you don't see it yet, but the more I go up here, there it is. Played a little bit more safe than what I normally do. And now there's 6 different patterns that can be here. Okay, so this is... Okay, so this is one I know off my memory, so it'll look like I know everything for this, which is very nice.
Yeah, this is a matching game, casually. You just have to match the sound with the other sound from a different tombstone. And then once you do that, they both go down and you match the rest of them based off that. But yeah, like Scarlett just said, there are only 6 patterns. So if you just memorize the patterns, just based off the bottom left tombstone, you'll know essentially how to do the rest of them.
Just like that, we're at Praxis 2. Which in any percent, this whole segment is everyone's most hated mission, I think. Because you spend most of your time here just to reset your run and go back to escape.
Yep.
And that's mostly because you want to get extra bombs and RNG. Yeah, Praxis RNG is horrible. But there I got an extra hit with one of the bombs, so that makes this phase mean I need one less bomb. And I could get an extra on this phase as well to take even less bombs on the next phase, but it doesn't even matter because I can Dark Bomb Praxis. So extra bombs on here just make it a little bit quicker.
I wish we had Dark Bomb in 80%.
So here I don't have to grab an extra Dark Jack. Stone goes in, Dark Bomb.
I didn't realize you could do it that early. It's so funny.
Yeah, you can do it quite early. And we're almost done it. We're just about done Act 2. We have this last side mission, and then we just go talk to Torn, and that instigates Act 3 with Rescue. Now this side mission, though, is... I don't like this side mission because we did it earlier, but now it's a side mission, not a main mission.
Yay, Uber 2.
Yay! Now this shuttle is even more painful for some reason because lately when I've been doing runs, the guards have been way more pesterouS than they have been on like regular shuttle. That was way too close for my liking.
Oh my god.
How I did not attack that Hellcat, I can't tell you.
Yeah. If Scarlet would have hit that Hellcat, there would have been some trouble. Because what happens is, like we explained earlier, hitting a guard or a guard zoomer, what happens is they start chasing you, and the side mission computers, they sort of deactivate until the chase stops. So, yeah, it would have been potentially some pretty big time loss hitting that zoomer.
I think what would have happened, I would have had to restart mission. It would have threw me pretty much back to here. So I'd have to traverse all the way back with the hover.
I think it's really funny, like, how sketchy these... Like, where are these guys going? You know? Like, that guy was dropped off in front of the palace. Like, what business do you have in front of the palace, sir?
You're supposed to be working for us, and now we're bringing you there. Like...
This guy wants to be basically just... I guess he's going to the bar, right?
Yeah, he's at the after work hours. It's just the next guy you have to pick up that I don't like because he's in a very odd spot that if you're not really paying attention, and I say this because I've done it, you'll just whack him into the water. And there he is. What Dev said, put this guy here, I don't know. I'm gonna try stealing this two-seater that's in front of me though because it's a little bit better. This guy might be annoying. Get in! Okay, we're good.
Nice.
Nah, that guy, if you're not paying attention and you just bonk him slightly, he'll fly, and then the second he touches that water, mission failed, we'll get him next time.
Yeah, I love these
And
little...
essentially the same thing also happens with lurkers.
Yeah.
Which we will see pretty soon.
Lurkers is worse just because they can actually get... Oh. That was scary. Yeah, lurkers, when you rescue them and the vehicle explodes, that explosion can send them so far away that in some areas can make them fall into the water and instantly fail in the mission.
I will say that this guy can be very annoying sometimes, and I don't know what his AI is, but he just sometimes will just walk 2 feet forward and then stop. He just doesn't care. He's like, oh, you're there? Okay, I'm just gonna walk a couple steps and then now you have to come over here.
Yeah, a couple of them are like pickup points. Their pickup points and their drop-off points are like not entirely accurate. Like in the game, it's just weird to pick them up sometimes and drop them off. Like sometimes they just won't get off the zoomer even though you're clearly at the drop-off point. Yeah, it can get awkward, but Scarletra handles this well.
And that's that mission done. luckily. And I'm still only down 1 orb, which is good. I'm always now I'm never gonna forget about it, I don't think, because it's like that's on like the back burner. I'm like a stove right now. And now this is the essential start of Act 3. If the hosts want to go to a break right now for the last hour, then we can for sure. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, we can go to a break right now. Yeah, so during these longer runs, everyone, we like to take breaks every hour, so just so everybody can get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. So we'll take that quick break and we'll be back in just a little bit with more of the run.
Yippee.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games on Quick Hotfix. We are showcasing Jak II 100%. We're in the middle of the run, so I'll hand it right back over to you and let's take it away.
We're just about to start Act 3, which endures Horn asking us to rescue all of our friends that just got arrested at the end of Mars Tomb. And this mission it's quite a breeze in the speedrun, but casually, it can be very annoying. But in the speedrun, we just hover over the entire thing. And it pretty much just sends you here. And now we can just leave. We don't have to worry about engaging with like any guards or doing the normal power switches to disable the electric gate or the cool little like half pipe segment. That's just the entire mission.
That's also like a really odd out of bounds that you can just literally double jump, spin, and you're on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, the collision doesn't go up high on that wall, which is kind of funny. I also just annihilated her, so now I'm wanted. They hate me for that. I would too, honestly. But we're off to see the worst mission, probably. That I call the worst, I'd say, is mostly just because it's so just painfully boring. And I mean, any Jak II runner has played this mission, or any person that's really played Jak has played this mission probably enough times that they know that it's just one of those missions that it's like you just always remember and dread every time you come back to play like your favorite game.
Quiet, here comes Pretty Boy.
And there's your intro line.
Quiet.
Here comes Pretty Boy.
Here comes Pretty Boy.
I wanna go home.
Shut up!
Just shut your wine trap.
Yeah, this is one of those missions that you literally get all the quotes from the characters like drill into your brain because of all the times you hear it.
Right there, I was starting dialogue earlier just to make it have this fight start just a little bit quicker.
Another odd thing about this mission that even if Scarletra has speech volume off, their voices just don't abide by those rules and they will talk regardless.
Yeah, that's true on escort missions or missions with AI. They still have their voice, even if you have speech volume off.
Jak is my hero.
Now, I'm going back here because there's a skip there you can do to skip those two guys if you kill these two guys up here fast enough, but where Jak was shooting the floor below the metalheads, I already knew that I was too slow, so I would have to turn around and do that ambush.
Also pretty sure that's like our introduction to Jinx, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Sure is.
Best character. Still one of my favorite characters in the game. Even though he's a little bit annoying in Jak 3, but well, can't hate him.
Keep moving. I don't like him. Although I find he's funny. Like, he does have a cool, like, little bit of sense of humor. Here we just essentially have to wait for these guys to get to us now, so I actually have somewhat of a small little EO to watch these guys move. Or I can show off a little cool thing. If you notice that Jak is... You notice how he just always looks down? It's because he's accustomed to look at their butt. Why? I don't know. Ask Naughty Dog.
I mean, in Jak 3, Jinx specifically asked for it.
You, watch my ass.
Yep.
Yep.
Essentially here, we're just trying to kill all these guys and make sure that the guys behind me don't die as well.
Also a good way to get skull gems.
Yep. And that's the end of this boring mission. I play the... You gotta play the cleanup song when you're collecting them.
Clean up.
Now it's stuck in my head. But he also looks vastly different in Jak 3 now that you mention it. Compared to what he does look like in Jak 2. Like, they made him look way different. Like, he looks kind of like a teenager here, but like, it's only a year from here in Jak 3, and he looks like he's aged like 20 years. Then again, so doesn't Jak and Jak X.
Well, maybe that was a little bit different. I mean, I was about to say there was like 2 years difference, but it was only at the beginning.
I guess one thing I could mention, you probably have seen throughout the run, I can actually attack guards with the jet board, but it's not the same as Jak 3 where you can just press circle. You kind of have to time your spin into like your enemy that way. You're kind of spinning in them and using that as your attack.
I was thinking
that's why you'll see that like blue light. Well, the current debate would be...
it's no debate.
I guess that's the best way to say it. I was gonna say that mostly people ask, you know, or not even ask, they just say like the Jak 3 jet board's better, which it is. I will admit. It's just I'm more used to this.
Jak 2 run said it.
Like, it's okay if you know, it's okay if you play Jak 2 more and you like Jak 2 more. That's fine.
But
like, the Jak 3 jet board is just better. That's okay to say. It just objectively has more, and it works better.
I mean, the side flips, they just work better. You have the cool L1 jump, and you have a circle attack. What would you ask for more?
Well, you also have an additional trick button, L2.
True.
Yeah, you can hover with like, what, L2 or something?
L2. Yeah.
You have the triangle turnaround.
Oh, true.
It's just good.
It's just so much better.
Not to say that the Jak 2 jet board isn't good.
The circle attack allows you to go through walls and doors.
True.
Yeah, see, it's just so much better.
I think that's more of a terrain thing. I don't know. I wonder if the Jak 2 jet board could do the same thing. Like, I don't know. No, but I guess maybe not. You'd have to like line up an enemy or something in front of the door and clip through it. I don't know. It'd be kind of weird, but I digress.
I think it's just on which doors would it even... I know where it can apply.
Yeah.
Essentially, Bombbots was just trying to get stuck under the little like spider bot, and then what I like to do is I press X and circle at the same time, and then I shoot while I'm like stuck under them, and you get max amount of damage from like your spins and like the shots together, that it just kills them as fast as like I did, which is really useful in like the speedrun sense. But now we're on to the more rough stuff, because Class 2 AI are not the nicest.
Extra race.
And there are lap skips here.
Who would have thought that an Otso will drive a race?
I'm going to avoid taking the shortcut on the first lap, because there's always a guy that'll mess you up and probably bonk into you. But you essentially, well, a little cutting it close, but you essentially want to use that and boost over the wall. What's cool about that is it took the wings off the back end of my zoomer, so now it looks like it's smaller.
More dynamic. Actually, maybe not. Oh, rip that guy.
Rip that guy. Yep.
Can we get some F's in the chat?
Yeah, the AI aren't that smart, and they actually can just die trying to use the shortcut, they'll blow into that like left-hand hole that's there.
Sometimes, unfortunately, they bring you with them.
True. Oh, they also like to steal booths. Rest in peace.
There are only 4 racers left, by the way.
Yeah, was that 3 in a row?
And there we go. Nice. There's all the class 2 done.
And now we get an even cooler thing.
Yeah, we get to go to another side mission and pick up something that we haven't seen at all yet in this game. Well, we have seen it a couple times, but we haven't seen it openly, how it's going to be. Ooh. And that is green eco. Okay.
Oh.
Jak II moment.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
That was part of the run.
Yeah, totally. Just bottomed out.
That's such a neat little like restart warp area.
Yeah, it's
so like strange.
It's weird on how. That's a good question.
I think originally you went like all the way around. I don't know who found it though. Like people used to go all the way around and restart mission, and someone just decided to continue messing with it, and eventually the restart warp got early and earlier, and that's where it ended up.
Well then I guess whoever found it, shoutouts.
It's funny because after you finished explaining that, like the meme of like the more you know popped in my head, just do. This mission's pretty straightforward. You're just trying to collect all the green eco. And what's cool about this mission, I will say, is they have kept the lore the way it should be. If I was damaged, then when I collect 50 of these, it would actually heal me 1 little pip of health. But where I'm not damaged, I don't get anything from it. Yes, it still continues. It's really nice to know. And I missed this guy down here, but that's okay. Let's do a little turnaround.
I mean, it does kind of make sense that it would heal, but I didn't know that.
And here
I
we
wonder
just...
if they purposefully left that in, like, or was that just like an accident?
That's a good question.
Because I would think like, I wouldn't think they thought about that. It's so like minuscule, but it's also like kind of a funny nod. I don't know. I could see it both ways.
I mean, the other eco colors exist in the game, but I don't know if they actually have fixed. I don't know if they actually work like they are intended to.
I don't think so. But I don't know. I don't know for sure.
That was weird, but it worked. Oh, nice. Freaking 2-seater. Worse is like having a zoomer there and then bonking into it and having it explode and then you take damage from it.
It's even funnier if you're in HP.
And now it's time for everyone's favorite race of the game.
And while that happens, I want to bring up a message from chat, because there's a cool question. What do y'all think Dark Eagle tastes like?
That's a good question.
That's pretty tough.
Black licorice.
Ooh.
Black licorice that's a great answer. Honestly, that might be the best answer.
I haven't even heard an answer like that before. Like, I was just thinking like grape soda or something. But yeah.
Yeah, that was also like my first guess, like grape.
Yeah, just grape.
I was about to say wine, so kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that would also work.
I can see that.
Now, I am not crazy. Normally, you could do a little U-turn in front of Myers' tomb and load in the next set of rings, and you would skip all of the rings and just drive to the stadium. while like keeping like roughly the same path. But
risky.
It's very risky, and it only saves like 5 to 7 seconds, so it's not. In a longer run sense, I don't even really think it's worth to blow a whole minute for just measly 7. So it's like I just always take aero race normally, and even then, like if you can practice aero race enough, you'll have a really clean one. Because most of the mechanics are just trying to make sure you know where the the civilians are, and timing your jumps like I am, because timing your jumps on zoomers like these really help your turns.
Yeah, like you can actually bonk into some of the civilians because sometimes they will be solid, and it can really make you lose the race really easily.
I could sing a song about that.
Very nice 153, by the way.
Yeah, for the average usually is like 155, usually for rings, so getting a couple seconds knocked off that is nice. I didn't bonk into too many solids. I think I had maybe one. I wasn't paying attention too much. I'm so like just, it's weird. I'm just gaming. Like I'm back in like that zone I'm always in. I love this game a lot. Like I guess it kind of shows a little bit with like how much I know, but I'm so grateful to have like the PC like just be able to run this stuff, and just to be able to know that like there can be so much more this like mod wise and stuff, and there already has been plenty of mods that have come out that have been cool. Oh, that's a classic.
Shoutouts to Orband.
And the roguelike mode.
Oh yeah, definitely roguelike. Such a good mod.
So these are all the
also now
Dead Town orbs, because I couldn't collect these in Banner, and you pretty much need the jet board in order to go in the water there.
I was gonna say, there is also like an early build mod, a speedrunner toolset mod. There is a bunch of them, also for Jak 1.
Nice.
Nice.
I was wondering if that was good enough. I was like, it looks a little bit close, but you want to try to hit the little trigger that extends out. It's not like the hut's not there, but the sphere for the load zone of the hut is there, which you can just hit, which is nice, and it just ends the mission. And now we are on the last ring side mission, but this is also the worst ring side mission because for some reason, I guess the devs really wanted you to use every part of the city that there is, which to each their own. I guess that's a fair excuse, but this ring challenge is a lot more complex than the other two.
Yeah, this one's rough.
Mostly because that ring is pointing in the other direction, but you have to hit this ring up here. And it's like, they did a lot with like the rings, I find, to like try to throw you off. But you pretty much, this is why I don't like this side mission. Driving up here and having to try to avoid guards and not fall off and not lose your 8 seconds. Because whatever dev gave you 8 seconds wasn't lenient enough to give you 10. Shout out Bar giving you 10 in Orb Hunt.
Yeah. To be fair, some of those rings in Orb Hunt, not possible with 8. I'll just say that. Definitely not possible with 8
like this ring, for example, you hit it, but you got to go all the way over this way. And of course, I'm bad driving, but as long as I'm not on fire, I don't really care, because this mission, there's not really like too much to it. It just is like painful, because it's like, I don't like driving up here. You don't ever really do it in a speedrun, nor do you really do it normally. I never did as a kid either, like, to be honest. So it feels weird whenever I have to like do this side mission, and then you hit the occasional like solid that can really just offset and just, it can throw you right off the entire walkway, and then you're kind of just screwed. But luckily this is the last ring coming up, so we don't have to worry about this side mission anymore.
Nice.
And I did do a little hop that I forgot to mention, that it wasn't really noticeable, but it gave me the little bit of a load trigger to spawn in front of the construction site door. So I was able to keep that trigger.
That's what that was for.
Yeah.
I see.
Instead of having to spawn, I think it's just back on that corner. You only spawn, like, the difference between the spawn points aren't too much. One's in front of the door, and then I think the other one's, like, just on top of these, like, walkways somewhere. But it's, like, it's very close. And now it's time to go to Onin. And also do a couple of side missions afterwards. It was kind of cool to watch, like, the rules slowed in as I was, like, floating above. Okay, so this side mission's on this side, so we can easily just fly over.
On the minimap, it kind of looks like the side mission is out of bounds.
Yeah, it's very, like, the map is so, like, convoluted sometimes with, like, so many dots and stuff that, like, I didn't even notice that Majora pointed it out to me. When you look at the map and you're in, like, the industrial, like the walkways that you can get on top of that I just did the ring challenge on, it's actually painted in the map a little bit darker, which you can kind of see on the map right now. But you don't even notice that on console.
Oh. No,
like on the right. Yeah, like on the right of me, like some of that map is like perimeter of it is like darker gray. That's like the high up walkway that you can use. I didn't know that because I could never see it on PS2, but on OpenGoal you can see it, so it's really nice.
And once again, shout out to OpenGoal. Can't say it enough.
It's a little depth warp to get here quicker. That guard I don't really care about because I don't have a side mission to go do right now. We're going to see Samos because we have to protect him in the forest. But I say that, but that's not really what's going to happen. I have to go for the cool hover now.
The swag cover. Also the hover sound.
Okay, I missed the forest, but I should pop out of the portal. Yep. That's okay.
Huge.
It's still so impressive to me how like fast you can smash the L1 button for that.
Yeah.
Oh, the butterfly tap, yeah, for the hover, yeah. Here we can hold the. Oh, well, we just
go ahead.
Me, I'm just holding the camera.
Oh no. Yeah, just gonna say that you need like a huge amount of speed and button presses to get that much high in such a short time. And it can be really uncomfy on a PS2 controller if you don't know how to do it properly or you don't have the practice, because it's really hard on your hand.
Yeah. Also, the thing is with like fast hovers, like with the mashing, if you do it too fast, you will drop your hover.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm not actually going to protect Samos. I'm going to try to stay out of bounds here and wait it out because I don't actually have to do anything. It's kind of like it's on a timer, and this keeps the flying guys deloaded, so it skips most of the phases of them. It's probably the most boring mission in the entire run, because you literally do nothing.
Well, if you do the strat, that is the most boring mission.
Yeah. And the only reason we do this strat is for crew skip, because it stops ammo grinding and saves us a little bit of time.
That's pretty neat, actually. So this is despawning not only like the flying dudes, but also the regular guards too, right?
I'm quite sure. I think Zed might know.
Some of them.
If Zed's in chat, I'm quite sure he'd be able to explain a little bit of what goes on. But I think that's like the gist of what happens.
I think it deloads some of them. Not all, but like a good amount.
Yeah, because Samus isn't really getting attacked until you kind of hop back in, right? Or maybe they're just like waiting for you type thing. I don't know. How does that work?
Yeah, they kind of just wait there, but they don't like do anything, and then nothing else like spawns in. And essentially, you just fall all the way back here. That's the end of the mission.
Oh yeah, once we get to crew to the fight, I could technically try to explain it. At least to my abilities.
Yeah. I'll probably be locked in.
Sounds good.
Okay, I gotta grab an orb after I destroy eggs, so I'm gonna keep that in my memory. I know that.
I was looking at my splits and don't see destroy eggs and protect Samus on my splits and was like, wait.
Here we can Ghost Town again, then do a Death Warp to Brooder, which is essentially the same movement I've just been doing the entire time every time I pretty much come out of forest. It's roughly the same. Like hover over this wall, but this time you want to die, being as close to the market as possible. And this will spawn me right next to Brooder. And there, I already hit the cutscene. It was so quick, if you blink, you missed it.
I think if Inhagno wants to explain what is gonna happen next, it would also be cool.
On drill platform.
Yeah. Like pretty much the cool segment that's coming up here.
Basically, we are gonna do 2 missions in a row while having lurkers active. The reason for this is that whenever we actually end those 2 missions, if we haven't died, the lurker mission is still stored, allowing us to pretty much restart mission as soon as we're finished, and it will respawn us right back at the start of lurkers, which is, as you can see, on the other side of the city. However, if you somehow die, the lurkers mission stops being stored, and we have to pretty much drive back to the lurker mission.
Good old drive of shame.
Yep. Although, if I recall correctly, if you restart mission before dying, that still keeps the lurker mission stored, correct?
Yep, you can keep it. Luckily, that eco's kind of a tomfoolery thing. It looks like you can get killed by it, but I've never been until one day.
So I got Jabea.
And really, I'm just grabbing the extra orbs here. What's left of them.
For this mission is quite funny because now we are collecting all of these orbs, but in any percent, and I'm pretty sure in all missions too, we just go out the portal and hover up, like straight out of the portal, and the mission is done. Like a less than 10 seconds mission if you do it correctly.
And now we get to the harder part. Well, it isn't too bad, but it's still fairly difficult.
Now, if you remember...
Yeah, reminder for the orb, yeah.
Scar kind of forgot an orb, which they are going to grab now. And I slide down here. Oh shoot, maybe I shouldn't grab this now because there wouldn't be a way for me to get back.
Yeah, I was thinking the same deal.
Well,
I don't even remember what an orb is.
Oh, it's right there.
Oh yeah, right. I think you could hover back.
We'll figure it out.
One way to find out. Actually, I think from the... No, wait.
Okay, I have no idea where I am.
Yeah, that's okay.
It was worth it. It was always worth the try. You never know unless you try. That's what I always say.
Well, sadly now, afterwards, Scarletter will have to do the drive of same.
But we have the orbs, so There's our trade-off.
An orb for drive.
Any casual can also do this, by the way. It's very easy. I don't know why, but they just did not make the invisible wall, like, fully on the right-hand side. So if you want to go try what I literally just did, you can. And you can skip most of this mission. It's probably one of the easiest.
I would say that's like pretty much a 100% success rate. At least if you know where you're going. When you go off. Like, as long as you don't jump like on the roof or like punch, you won't fall off. If you just walk in a straight line and then basically at the end like drop down to the platform, it is literally that simple.
And then same with the like dodging the fire on this. As long as you're like walking conveniently close to the edge, you can just dodge all the fire damage, which is quite funny.
This room, on the other hand, can be annoying.
Yeah, because the person that programmed the Titan suit, it's more programmed to target enemies than missions. So like, I kind of had to, as you can see there,
very solid.
It'll attack metalheads instead. So you kind of have to angle yourself so you can try to hit the computer and the metalhead at the same time. But then sometimes if they're behind you, you just kind of have to, I find you just have to sacrifice a little bit of time to kill them so they're just not going to bother you anymore. But there's not much change from this mission, like speedrunning wise versus casual. It's just faster, I find, except for like the out of bounds at the start.
Now y'all get to see some really cool movement.
Most runners right now would be having a little bit of anxiety because they know they can't die here, but where I've already died, it doesn't even matter. But you would want to try to traverse through here as fast as you could, which, you know, you can have things like that happen where you kind of have to realign yourself because fire damage.
And there's also one strat that hasn't been done RTA yet. It is really difficult and it does save a good amount of time. But yeah, it's way too difficult to actually do it in a run.
So if I hadn't died...
Try to explain it?
If I hadn't died right here, I would have just restart warped and I would have been at Brooder. But where I died, I have to reverse my way to him again, which isn't bad, because now you guys get to look at more of the city.
Yeah, as soon as that door opens, the lurker icon with how many you have left appears, and that's your sign that you can restart mission.
Man, this city is so foggy. Yeah, that's true. Very true. It could be like, you know, you go from there to like end of port or something, or not port, but slums or something.
Yeah.
Kind of like the start of the game where it's like, oh, drive from Torn all the way down to pumping station. It'd be that type of distance. But a cooler thing about this, I guess, I'm able to just keep my zoomer.
W.
Now this is the lurkers that it's a little bit easier, but it's also a little bit harder. Mostly the last two lurkers are. Yeah. Last two are the worst.
Yeah, that's what I said when I said that the explosions can send them flying.
I've done it once by accident with the Peacemaker and sent bros straight flying over the wall out of bounds. Was a bit unfortunate.
The strat here is just trying to guide them both in at the same time. So now that guy is like focused on the thing, so he'll go into where he needs to go instead of me having to pick him up. And you pretty much want to try to do that for all of them but the last two, because the last two are a little bit different.
But only for the fact that they're near water.
Yeah, and lurkers don't like to swim apparently, so it's an instant mission fail if they fall in the water.
Except you get lucky and get the Jesus lurkers.
Yeah, the ones that just walk on water. Another strat
Sometimes
here
in
that
the
I
air.
just did is shooting the lurker as they're about to fly out of the cage will stop them from flying away. Except for that guy, because he's going to go the opposite direction. If I had waited maybe a second longer, he would have been turned in the perfect direction to just be launched like a hole in one. He probably would have landed like right here. Now this lurker is where everyone struggles because it's very easy to throw this lurker in the water, but there's a very easy way to make sure that doesn't happen. These cages take 5 shots, so there's 4 shots there, and that's the 5th shot. He'll get blasted into the wall, and you don't have to worry about the lurker going in the water. That turret is also in an annoying spot.
I got the bad RNG on that last cage. That last cage can either turn toward the sewer or away from the sewer, and it unfortunately turned away from the sewer. That's okay. Minor time loss.
We still got him. We good.
Yeah.
Luckily.
Still Gucci.
I think only
Now we're on to finally.
I've had the cage go to the sewers.
I haven't had any recently. Sometimes you just have to destroy evidence earlier, I guess.
Class 1. My favorite.
Trying to
actually.
beat Errol.
It's literally the easiest out of the 3, in my opinion. Like the lab skip on the class 1 is literally free.
In a speedrun sense, for all the lab like the lab skips, yeah, class 1 is really easy.
It's really scary though, like you're kind of, you will see here, you kind of literally go straight to that wall, press into it and yeah, do the lap skip, but sometimes if you don't have the correct speed, you can literally crash into it and die.
Yeah.
Which is the scary part, but if you know how to do it, it should really be no problem.
I think it also helps if you like lean back.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even boost that time. I had a brain fart. I was like, oh yeah, the boost here, and then my thumb just didn't press circles.
Hey,
Talking
more
about
boost for you.
We're just talking about lap skips.
Hey, it's still free.
Also, for class 1, it's funny because I find this is kind of like a boss race, even though it's not. Just for the fact that Errol's a red marker on the map. As a kid, I was always like, oh, this is another boss, but it really isn't. It just shows you who Errol is, which he's right in front of me.
Be careful, spoilers. He will be a boss. Not in this game.
No, but you don't know. Jak 3's Errol is not the same because he has 1 less R, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, in Jak 2 he's spelled E-R-O-L, and in Jak 3 it's E-R-R-O-L.
Yeah, I wonder why that happened. Why is he named different?
I don't know.
Probably a translation error
Now,
somewhere.
right now, I am looking for a zoomer as quick as possible because I am on the highest level alert that the game can throw at me, and I don't want to deal with any of these guards. Because as you can see, they're not nice.
Well, that is like a 4th alarm thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kamikaze level.
Yeah, now you can also see like 5 million car zoomers and Hellcats and turrets, everything.
Luckily, I got away. I'm invisible.
I remember that also happened to Josh before. That gave a really cool screenshot. Full white screen.
Just white hot explosion on the screen. Yeah.
Classic, just going a little bit too far.
Time for my favorite skip of the game.
Time for my favorite elevator.
Well, I guess there is no orbs in the palace, right?
Nope. Why? I don't know. It genuinely surprises me. But we essentially come here, we don't activate the cutscene, and we just hover up. And you can either go on the left or right. I go on the right personally, sometimes. And I just land here. And then you'll see everything. You'll see everything kind of deloaded behind me, and that is what tells you that you've finished. Although that was very sketch because I got stuck on the pipe, which that doesn't commonly happen, so I got a little bit more lucky. Oh, this game is really wanting to stutter now, frig. On the plus side, we are now going to where Weapons Lab is going to be a little bit more different. It's... the start of it looks kind of funny, but like... Weapons Lab is not as easy as it like really looks. There's a lot of like really precise angles you have to take.
Yeah. And we also get the first kind of skip or a boss, which I will explain once we get there. It is pretty much a newer skip. So when did it actually get found? It was not last year, right?
Yeah, it was last year. I think I still have the clip. Because...
It's okay.
We'll say it in a minute.
That little stab point is very tricky if you don't have it at the right part. There we go. And there's an orb hidden back here. Now, I don't get on the jet board here anymore. I don't like it because these guys suck. Grab this orb.
I think we could start explaining the crew skip thingy, because if it's done correctly, it's gonna be an instant.
Oh, my standpoint on the guard.
So rude, these guys.
I was trying to kill them, but they just kept hitting me.
Yeah.
Alright, then I will start somewhat explaining it. It will make sense once you see it. So basically, crew skip is a skip that was long thought not to be possible in runs because it just either never happened or it was just way too difficult to set up and it would lose way too much time. But last year, or rather recently, well, not recently, a new way was found which makes it actually possible, where we can skip basically the last two phases of crew, and also that guy went flying. The way it works, you will see it in a second. It's really fun.
As an extra note, the how it works, we kind of knew how to set it up correctly. We didn't, and it always felt like an RNG thing to do, where it will most likely not work, like 95% of the time, maybe 99%. But with this new method and setup, it's pretty much guaranteed if you aim correctly, which you will see what I mean in a second.
And if you're interested in knowing how the old way would have worked, there is a pretty good video from Varixar. He basically explains the old way and, well, talks about the history of this game.
Here goes.
Oh. Red gun shot was a little bit too far. So you can realign him. There we go.
There it is.
Nice.
There it is.
Very clear.
So
yeah, basically...
long story short.
You want to explain?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, basically, yeah, as you could see, we shoot the crew into the elevator, and for some reason, for crew, it's like the wall is not like solid, and you can basically shoot him with the red gun, then out of bounds, and well, because he's out of bounds and not in the arena anymore. I don't really know exactly why, but it kind of deloads.
He pretty much, crew pretty much goes into like a knocked state, and each enemy has like a state of being knocked. But what happens is when he's stuck in that knocked state for longer than 2 seconds, it just automatically kills him. And that does apply to like most enemies in this game too. But where he gets stuck there
Even
for
Jak, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where he gets stuck there for long enough, it just kills him. It renders him dead. So that's pretty much how it works.
And the easiest explanation, game gets confused.
The classic statement.
That's a classic.
Whenever something is way too complicated to explain, game gets confused. And that's pretty much all you need to know.
This is just another mini game of pressing both sides of the controller this time instead of just one side. So I'm using the D-pad and the face buttons.
Going into some mirror mode is pretty fun.
Does it change in hero mode?
No, on mirror mode.
Ah, mirror mode.
Yeah, mirror mode. You have to the cheap way to do it is like flipping your controller like upside down or something. Like trying to like use a mirrors. I forget how someone explained it to me. But you have to get 1,500 points, which I just did. And normally your game would crash here, but we're on open goal, so we're not going under port. The best way I can say that is just a straight PS2 thing.
Also, another cool thing about open goal, you notice the underport icon. That one and the consite icon on PS2 is green. Apparently, the open goal team found out that that's caused by a bug, and they decided to fix it on open goal. So now we can actually see the true colors of those icons in this game.
That's also what I wanted to mention. It's really weird, like how it is just green on PS2. That was close.
That was close.
I shouldn't have said anything.
That's okay. Essentially what we're doing here is having underport stay deloaded and half loaded at the same time, so we can have this little section to hover through here and get to the last room. Now hovering next to the door, like I just did, loads in a lot of underport, so you're able to be under the water technically because you're not in the Titan suit. The water only rises when you're in the Titan suit, so you see all these bubbles, but technically they don't really exist.
That guy was mean.
Indeed he was. This is how underport can be, but that's okay.
Yeah. Underport is no joke.
It's always third time being a charm.
Yeah.
Yeah, underport is definitely one of the missions in basically every category where it's just really tough. In 80% in all missions, it's not too bad since you just hover from one point to another, pretty much out of bounds. But in hoverless, for example, and in 100%, it's just so much more difficult.
Yeah, you basically have to take these extra steps for just that one orb, by the way, that Scarlet just collected. Yeah, all this is literally because of one orb.
Yep.
And technically there is one more, but it is not required.
Yeah, there is an orb by the last room that is out of bounds that we actually don't have to collect because A, it's out of bounds and it doesn't even count towards the percent, so that's another cool thing. And here I'm just gonna try to use these platforms to give myself a little bit of extra height so I can get in behind the airlock because the door's not open, and there we go.
Nice.
And now we have a checkpoint here at SIG, so if we ever die, we're here instead, which is really nice.
But if you like SIG, I have bad news.
Or SIG.
Please don't. He's my favorite character.
I really like his Japanese voice.
Also, he said he's gaining, but I always... Oh, I'm sorry. What I was gonna say is, he says he's gaining, but I always like to think SIG just goes, he's gaming!
Holy frick, this guy's gaming.
Oh, the moment we get voice mods for that, I wanna change it to that.
Now, normally I jump on that platform earlier than intended, but I'm playing this a little bit more safe, so I don't actually end up dying here.
Also, people would recommend not doing boosteds there, or like uppercuts, rather, because they can send you flying in some direction. At least from what I've seen.
I like how your only source of damage during underpart so far is SIG.
Oh, I love it. It makes me laugh. That's like the first time I've actually hit SIG in ages. Alright, now we're on to what we call shaft skip. And essentially what we're doing is using the palace elevator, and we're keeping that loaded in, which also is connected to the elevator that is deeper into the city by Stadium, which I use to ride up to start the mission before Praxis 1, after palace switches. Those two elevators are actually connected, so the one in the lobby and that elevator are connected to each other so that when you load them in, they're both active. And what's cool about that is I can hover into that elevator and just use that to traverse instead of driving all the way to the stadium by going out of bounds like this. Okay. Random dark eco. So that loaded in the palace, as you can see above me. And then you jump through this wall. I'm at no health, so if I get shot in the air, it's GG's. But now you want to spam a hover.
On open goal, if you use a PS5 controller like I do, this hover right here is a pain. The PS5 controller triggers and bumpers are really not prepared for such a tech like this.
Nice. And I even got the zoomer landing through. And that skips a lot of the traversing through the city. You have to hover very high up to hit a load trigger so the elevator goes up, and then it recognizes you as like having to go down like the elevator again.
Fun fact, when I first played this game, this mission wouldn't work for me. Kira just never spawned.
I believe that's a gnome softlock.
Yeah, I just have no idea how it happened. Kira just never spawned. And the mission, I could never finish it. Or even start.
That sounds like the class race softlock.
Yeah.
Damn.
Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, if you activate the class races on the kiosk on the other side of the stadium, and I don't know, if you get this mission while that's active, it kind of overrides the stadium or something and just soft locks you and your save is ruined. I'm not entirely sure. I don't want to bet on this because I'm not really sure, but for what I've heard and seen, that's most likely what happens.
Damn. my young self made the biggest mistake and I could never finish it. But well, at least I got a chance some other time. Even if it was the speedrun way, but like still.
I can't lie, this whole mission is just minimap simulator, trying to pay attention to the ball and then just looking at your minimap where the enemies are spawning. And that's it for protecting both Samoses.
I know we
now,
only have 2 missions left.
But it's not the end of the run yet.
True.
Yeah, you can see the gun sight icon. Now it has color, it's not pure green and black.
And if the deaths never actually, well, patched it last minute, this would actually be pretty much any percent. Good old con-site skill.
And we call this con-site movement, where you jetboard instead of drive all the way to con-site. It's gonna sound crazy. I want that.
I don't blame you.
It could have been any other ammo and I wouldn't have done that, but we're his Peacemaker. I'm like, I want it. I need it.
Yeah, these series of death warps here is just getting Scarletcher closer to the con site. Well, the con site period, yeah.
Which with all these enemies is really painful.
Each death warp also gives them full HP, so it helps.
I was about to say, I'm so happy we death warp before carrier.
Yeah.
Hey!
Also, I love how far the floor extends on the bones.
There's actually 2 orbs to get a pick. Yeah, rip Boza. There he is.
Unfortunately, this large area, this whole mission is literally just a cutscene. Which is the only mission like it in Jak 2.
It would have been a cool boss fight against Praxis. Wasted potential.
But if you play Orb Hunt, on-site is filled to the brim with some fun and extravaganza.
Shoutouts bark.
I'm just gonna mash triangle.
Oh, we're
nice. Didn't even get to see the carrier.
Open gold loading screens.
So now I gotta collect orbs here. The invis wall is as high up as that wall on my left. I learned that yesterday.
Fun fact, this is where all of the
second orb. That is very true. I'm getting bullied by these guys. These are probably one of the most annoying enemies in the entire game, and they're at the last level of the entire game.
This gives me...
Point proven.
It gives me flashbacks to Jak 3.
Yeah. Although they're not that bad in Jak 3, nothing that the beam reflexor cannot fix, you know?
Or a light mission storage.
That too.
Except in Hundo.
That is true. In Daxter, there are 2 levels in construction site, but they're very different construction sites. They might as well be different places. But yeah, that is true.
Thing about these orbs is you have to actually collect them now if you're playing on console, because you can't come back to the nest. On Open Goal, you actually can. I'm glad they implemented that feature, so shout out the Open Goal team for that. But now, we have to get rid of this guy.
Scarletcher's gonna turn around his camera there to face away from Core so that a bunch of these enemies just don't come toward him at all. because Jak 2 has the problem. If you're not looking at it, it doesn't exist. So yeah, no enemies. Just exactly.
Also, do we want to explain Peacemaker's stack?
Go ahead, if you want.
I have no idea what works.
I mean, I just know that you just have your weapons out, you jump, spin, and at the same time that you spin, you get your yellow weapon out and change directly to the Peacemaker and hold R1. Making, for some reason, the Peacemaker charge more bullets than it is supposed to, up to 5, I believe.
Yep.
Why it works, I have no idea, but it does. It just works.
Also, the final boss has just been beaten, and Jak 2 is a strange game. It's the only game in the trilogy where you can't finish a 100% run on the final boss. In this game, defeating the final boss unlocks more side missions. So you can't 100% the game until you actually beat the final boss and then finish these side missions. So this last half hour-ish or so of the run is going to be purely side missions and collecting gems and whatnot.
So you practically finish the game, but you don't.
Yeah.
It's like the phrase, but there is more.
Now that I think
But
about
wait,
it,
there's more.
There's more. In Jak 3, if you do a jump spin with the concussor weapon, that also charges more pellets than it's supposed to. So it might be just a spin thing, where the spin is the thing that it's causing it, but I'm not really sure. That just came to my head.
Oh, you're right. You can stack 2 shots. I almost forgot about that.
I think they're probably separate glitches. Like, but again, like I wouldn't know for sure. Like I know for sure the Peacemaker trick has to do with the yellow gun and the yellow gun specifically, at least from what I was told.
I mean, it would make sense with the yellow gun because if you spin shoot, it like shoots multiple times, and I think that would kind of translate to the Peacemaker to like charge your shots. That would like usually shot from the yellow gun. At least that is the way I would think it works.
I almost slapped this guy.
The poor guy had no chance.
Should have practiced.
In my final stretch, now we're on to something fun, because what I get to do... unlimited ammo, invulnerability.
Can you make us head small? No, wait, you can't. I mean, you can, but what counters messed up.
And this is the entire gun force. This is all I'm gonna do.
Spin and shoot, my favorite.
Yeah, you might guess that unlimited ammo makes these last 2 gun courses pretty simple. You don't have to manage your ammo at all. Just spam shoot as long as you want.
I don't actually remember if you do NG plus like hero mode. Do you still have unlimited ammo?
I don't know.
I think.
No idea.
There was one thing I don't remember. I mean, since I only run like real NG plus where I have like everything at the beginning.
Yeah, that's another thing about Jak 2. When you start hero mode, you don't fully get the like everything. You don't have your ammo upgrades and you don't have the jet board, but in Jak 3, you have all that stuff.
Yeah.
Also here y'all kind of hear the audio bug.
It's kind of doing us a favor, let's be honest.
True.
Yeah, it gets pretty loud in here. With the volume.
It just sounds like you're far away because you just hear pew 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 pew.
What some civilian outside the gun course hears.
There's the Vulcan done.
Very nice.
Now we have the Peacemaker.
Also, oh yeah, right, the Praxis.
The Praxis.
Yeah, it's like the big tough guy thingy look like Praxis. At least for me right now. It's a little bit pixely.
Oh, is that what that's supposed to be?
I think. It looks like Praxis.
I thought it was like core or something.
Honestly, I can't tell.
It just looks like a... I can't tell either. I don't even know what it is.
I gotta be honest, I've never thought about it.
I'm gonna check the textures. I have them downloaded, I can check.
I love that Jak 2's like percentage counter with all the orbs. Like when you get everything, it's not actually 100%. It's like 124% or something.
Yeah.
It's always
It's kind of funny.
But we just call it 100% for consistency purposes.
I got an old movie anyway. Man. Photoshop for that. Because it's only half the texture.
And now we're just on to the last few little bit of side missions, which is really sick. We're almost done.
This next one here, this is one of the, I guess you're gonna do a few orb hunts in a row here.
Yeah. Right here, I'm gonna cheese it and do Blord strat, where you hover over here, and there's actually a load trigger at this little indent here, and you hit that, so the head area is loaded. So now I should be able, to just traverse through here, and everything should be a-okay, which is really cool because. What is it?
It's a metalhead.
What?
Oh, it's just a metalhead?
Yeah, it's just a big metalhead, but it's like really cut off because it's only half a texture and it's basically just mirrored.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we'll send it in the end.
They got a little lazy. They got a little lazy. Needed to cut some time at the end of the development. I don't blame them.
Josh, let me send it in the end. It's really goofy.
Oh, I got away with that one. Lucky. And now we're doing more bomb bots.
Yeah, he looks, that's definitely a metalhead. It just kinda...
He's a bit squished.
Honestly, it kinda does look like metalhead core a little bit. Like, just the kind of the way he grows into like a big metalhead.
I think I could.
He just like he's kind of like half human, sort of. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have another bomb bots mission here, which is kind of interesting. But the best part about this is
so much easier when you have invuln.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have to worry. Unlimited ammo as well, so I can just not have to worry about ammo depleting.
Yeah.
The end of Hundo it's really fun, I do have to admit. Like there are a lot of things that can easily like lose you time very easily, like hitting a guard around like these types of like side missions isn't good because like some of the checkpoints are very bad, so it's like you end up losing a lot of time due to movement. But being able to have some of these secrets from just playing the game and doing the route is so nice.
Yeah.
Also, Josh, you would probably know which Jak games go over 100%.
So Jak 2 does, obviously. Daxter goes to 101%. But it's funny because, okay, Daxter's a weird example. So, I don't know if this was ever figured out, but from what I remember, like the NTSC version has a weird thing with one of the orbs in the minigames, specifically the Indiana Jones minigame, where what's supposed to happen when you finish that minigame, you get an orb. Daxter finds like an orb as like a treasure sort of thing. But in NTSC, you don't always get that orb. I don't know if it was ever figured out why, but on the PAL versions, you always get the orb. And so while this makes for 101% runs consistent in PAL, for NTSC, without that orb, you're at 100% and not 101%. So while that run without the Indiana Jones orb is still valid in NTSC, because you still did everything required for 101%, they just didn't give you the orb. Yeah, you can finish the game with 100% or potentially 101% if the game decides to give you the Indiana Jones orb. So that's one of the games that goes over 100%.
It's nuts because it's
TLF.
like if the game just decides to, like.
Yeah, we like as far as we know, that's just the reason. Like, I don't know if it was ever found out. Really strange stuff. TLF also goes to 101%. TLF's a very strange case. Yeah, I don't even know how to explain, but yeah, TLF goes to 101%. And I believe the rest all just go to 100. So Jak 1, Jak 3, Jak X, instead of 100.
I would have thought that like Jak X also goes like a little bit over 100%. Just remembered wrong.
No, it doesn't. It does say at 100. That's one thing I do remember.
I would say when Jak X 101 GDQ.
That's 6 hours long almost.
Yeah, that is quite the run.
That is way more mentally tasking than this is.
Yeah. I think Jak X, while it's probably like the second easiest to 100%.
That was way
maybe after Jak 1. It's for a run setting, it doesn't really, it's a lot. It's a lot to do in one sitting.
I think the best bet is then probably like any percent. At least for like a good longer run. For the shorter run, it's definitely all cups.
Yeah, all cups is a good like mid-level. Yeah, mid-time. It takes like what, 40 minutes.
I want to learn that sometime. All caps seems like a really chill run.
Alright, gamers, I can't lie. I know how I said that Protect Samos is the most boring split, but this is how we make all 500 Skull Gems. So we are gonna sit here for the next, I don't know, 6-7 minutes until we hit 500.
If anyone in chat has any like questions about the Jak series that they like answered that they didn't know before, we'll do our best in trying to answer any. I feel like this is a good time for that.
True. And also, if y'all wanna like replay Jak and Daxter potentially, this like at the moment is the best way or the best time to actually do it because of Open Goal. All you need is just your disk and obviously Open Goal, and then you're pretty much ready to go since it's native PC port. And the cool thing is, it has mods. So you can like mod your game, you can make texture packs. All you could ask for. Alright, then let's read some questions in chat. When is Jak 4?
I was waiting for it.
I would say tomorrow. Yeah. What is his shoe size?
Jack wears a size 11 in the US.
I don't know what that is in Europe.
I'm kidding. I have no idea.
I think it's size 12 US.
I was like, did they say that in a game? Like, what a weird thing to ask.
Was that convincing, Church?
I haven't played it in like 15 years, so I was like, maybe they did? Like, that seems on brand.
I mean, we technically know how tall Jack is.
Yeah, that's true.
So if somebody wants to do the math.
I don't know from the top of
you could absolutely figure it out. Absolutely.
How tall was Jack again? What are we like?
In this game, he's like 5'9" or something, but in it's weird. In meters, he's okay. They say he's 5'9", I think, but technically, like he's 3 meters tall in game, which is damn near 10 feet. So yeah.
So if anyone wants to do the math, have fun.
There is a bunch of questions here.
Yeah, there's a lot. We should get.
I have no idea.
Oh
no.
Good question.
What if it's Bird Lady?
Honestly?
Imagine.
Let's see. I would give Jack a soul patch and Jak 2, and why is it green? Another fantastic question that I don't think we're equipped to answer.
So why did Dexter die when he fell into the dark eco in Jak 1? That is actually a good question. I have no idea.
See the answer to the last question.
Please see the back of the owner's manual.
S or Ashlyn?
Ashlyn all the way.
For me it's Tess.
Tess. I'm sorry.
No, it's up to Josh.
Neither, bro. I don't give a damn.
Honestly. Fair. What would you consider as the biggest time skip in 100%?
Ooh. I think cruise skip still. That still saves like a good 45, almost a minute. Daxter Chase skips up there as well, being a massive time save.
Low key.
They both save roughly 45.
I would honestly say what you're doing right now. I would say that's kind of massive. Like, think about how long
I'm not
it
even
takes
thinking
to
about
get
it.
500 skull gems. It takes a long time, and to be able to get them in like 6 or 7 minutes, it's kind of fire.
You know, that is a good point. I'm just mindlessly doing this, and I didn't really even like think of that.
Oh, there is a good question that I've seen.
Yeah, why is this infinite, Alan? Or
I'm quite sure it's infinite because it's after endgame.
I think
no, like why is
that they'll always
this this in particular, like
the enemies spawning infinite?
Yeah. That's
I think Zed explained it. It's something to do with this, like they'll always spawn so long as you don't go past a certain point.
That's literally it.
Another good speedrun question I have here. What is the most game-killing technical part that runners fall to?
What would you say for Hundo specifically, Skeleton?
I'd say like mine's gonna be weird, but it's nothing to do with Jak. I find it's just frustration. That could be if you let this game get to you too much, you'll make way more mistakes than keeping a level-headed mind. I noticed that myself personally, so it's like I find that comes into a big play.
A lot of little RNG things with Jak 2 that can add up over time. I think, as well. Especially for these longer categories, like, it can get pretty rough. That time loss or time save could add up fairly quickly.
Actually, for me, I think that's probably also frustration. Like, sometimes the game just gets to you.
Yeah. Game just
Especially
gets
for me.
mean.
Yeah, for me, it's especially with Jak 2, like, it's just difficult. Any percent is, compared to the others, so long. And there's so much painful things that it's like, But yeah, I would agree with Sturter on that. It's a huge head.
Big head.
A small little still better.
Also, the holy grail of Jak 2 skips, if found, it would be construction site skip, but it was patched out right before. It was patched out right before they released the game.
Honestly,
publicly.
I wouldn't really say it's like the holy grail, because like it shortens 8% to like 5 minutes, and that is like, I'm kind of torn between it. Like, I can see that it would be cool to have. It would make the run just so kind of boring in a sense, because there's pretty much nothing anymore to do. Like, if a run is like 30 minutes for 20%, I would say that's like a good time.
Yeah, but that would be the other holy grail, which would be Palace skip.
How much?
Yeah, Palace.
Basically, Palace skip. You will skip all the story and game until up to where you have to go to Crew at the weapons factory, and the run will theoretically go along the lines of unlocking the jetboard as fast as possible, doing. I don't know if it would be needed to do the percentage warp at Forest, and from there to the whatever. Yeah.
No, I think Inferno found a new strat where you can do like canyon stuff, which was very like hard out of bounds movement, and you can hit like the actual like Mars Tomb like cutscene trigger that like opens, that you do at like Canyon, where you just go there once and just hit the cutscene. I think that's how he got the jetboard, which was very quick, because you just hit the cutscene and do some out of bounds movement, and then you can just go to Palace. And then you can just be on your way and finish the game, which is, it's crazy to think about,
But
because
unfortunately,
it's one of those things where it could be a thing, but
because
like
it's been proven like theoretically possible,
we're not knowledgeable
like it could be
enough,
done.
and
The only problem
things
is
have been
that
patched
Palace,
as well, so
or
it's like,
at least
dang.
the areas of Palace that we will need to perform this skip, do not load in any way that is not when you are intended to go there. Yeah, I guess this is just the last stretch, getting the things that we haven't picked up yet.
How many orbs are left? Nice.
This should be the last get to orb. The rest of them are going to be in the class races.
We end on Oracle. On the homie.
So there's this, 3 class races, and then going to talk to the Oracle, and that's it.
I love these little Orpons, man. They're so nice. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm taking the zoomer because I just don't want to hit a guard.
More an enjoyer of small lad.
And if you can't tell,
you get to see more of the
I'm
game.
a big head fan.
Less of Jak's head. Which actually can be helpful in Jak 3 all missions. Connect 3.
Really?
So you can actually restart mission as you enable the races to just have Jak spawn in the race, and it saves having to get on the zoomer. There are lap skips. Yeah, not on this one. Same with Class 2 and Class 3. Like, the reverse ones all have lap skips. Class 3 is probably the more easiest one. Class 1, they don't really, like... Well, for me, they don't save much because I'm not that good at them. I haven't really, like, put much time into them. And then Class 2 reverse is where every lap skip you do on Class 2 is pretty much risking the entire race because, like, the way you have to do them is so much more different than the way like any lap skip is done today. It's pretty much like old school Class 2, which if anyone that has ran Jak 2 previously knows what old school Class 2 is, it's not as easy as what we do these days of using like the indent in the track. You kind of have to like bounce off of the wall and use that like trajectory of your bounce to get past, which can be really tricky. A lot of these class races, though, they do become really easy from reverse, because I find that if you become good at them, then the AI are just always behind you. So you never have to worry about them trolling you or, like, throwing you into, like, anything.
Just to read a few more questions that we didn't answer. One of them is really good. In the Jak 3 universe, are hot dogs considered sandwiches? Like so random.
Does hot dogs even exist?
Yeah,
in this
do
game?
hot dogs exist?
Like, I know one thing I do know is that some sort of meat exists in the Jak universe, because if you're playing Jak X, GT Blitz is eating some sort of like chicken drumstick or something.
It could be a yak out
in one of the cutscenes. So that's what I was thinking, yeah. I was like, it might be a yak out.
A hot dog is a taco.
I don't know how I feel about that, but you know, we ball.
I can see it, but like I also can't see it.
Oh god, that's so ballsy. I love it.
That's the Class 2 reverse lap skip. Oh, I missed the turbo.
That lap skip is actually really sick.
It's very hard. I try to use this pole here and just get Jak to bounce off like that.
Right, we got a message from that. It says, I don't know if you translate the signs from precursor to English, they say things like yakko, hot dog, or spoon.
Spoon.
Oh well.
Ooh.
Mongo.
Okay, I think it's safe to say no more laps.
I was about to say, I think that might be the last one. Remember how I said that these are just scary and that you just have a chance of ruining your run entirely? Yeah, it's just, you could hit the lap skip perfectly, and as you land, it can just kill everything. But that's okay.
The scariest thing here is that they're all coming up to you now. And as long as no one crashes into you, you'll be fine.
I'm going so slow.
Time.
I believe the gold time for this is like 2:30 or something. Oh my gosh.
That makes you feel a little bit better about winning.
Yeah, you'll definitely okay here.
Since I mentioned it, if y'all are telling me that hot dog is apparently a taco, then next thing y'all gonna tell me pizza is a cake.
Why do you do this to me?
How is it?
I don't know, I find that so funny. Pizza's a cake.
You can both slice it into like equal pieces and it's round. It's like pretty much a cake.
So cereal's a soup.
I could slice anything.
Yeah, I was about to say, friends, is cereal soup?
Maybe.
I can't get away from these conversations every hotfix show. Am I hurt? Is this my hubris?
Yep.
2 lasagna is 1 lasagna. I can see that.
What? So the logic is because a lasagna is layers, if you take 2 lasagnas and put one on top of another, it's 1 lasagna now because you've just added, you basically just doubled up the layers of a lasagna.
Is soup cereal? I don't think so.
We're asking the real questions here now.
I hate the real questions.
What's cool is how I'm
pineapple lasagna.
How I'm racing right now. It just feels like I'm driving a car with you guys just chit chatting in the back seat.
Look at that, nice and cool.
Is ketchup a sweet man? Yeah, no. I mean, technically, I would drink ketchup. Coffee is bean soup. I think now it's
Bean soup? Dude, bean soup has me dying. I'm trying to keep it together. I think I've never thought of coffee like that.
Why can you say it is what it is, but not it's what's it's?
It's what's it's. It's what it's. Oh my. Okay.
If I knew that that the run is gonna end this way. Do ghosts ever change their clothes? No.
Clothes?
Yeah. Mayo is a weapon.
What?
Clean.
Mary. Oh, access denied. And that is literally all of Hundo. All we do is watch 3 cutscenes. Well, skip 3 cutscenes, really. So yeah.
Sriracha now should have 286 orbs, right? Yes.
286 and 500 skull gems.
And that is everything you need.
Huge.
Now just to spend those skull gems, and that is 100% completion.
There is one message, but I don't get it because I'm not a native.
Do you pronounce potato as potato or potato?
I say potato.
Yeah.
Potato.
I don't think anyone says potato. I really don't think so.
Now, do you say bagel or bagel?
Oh no.
Bagel?
Is bagel like? Is that like a Canadian dialect thing?
Yeah,
No,
some people down here say bagel, and it's like just kind of a joke.
I don't think it's a Canadian thing though, because I've heard non-Canadians say it. Like, I think it's just a thing that I don't think it's regional.
Yeah.
I'm glad Mike said he says potato. I can definitely figure it out over text. But thanks for your input, Mike.
And that's the run.
All right, that's it. That's it. GG.
Fine. GG's.
Thank you. It was very fun to do, honestly. That's one thing I can say. Like, I've learned to love Hundo in this game as much as it can get under your skin. Sometimes I don't look like how Dark Jack looks when I finish a run.
Very nice. A 333 too. That's very solid.
Yeah.
That's like barely behind PS2 times?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Well, the timer hasn't stopped yet as far as I've seen, but it's done. Congratulations, Scarletcher, you've done it again.
GG's.
Yeah, huge GG's.
Go follow Scarletcher, you guys, if you want more Jak 2 Hundo.
Big facts.
The best thing I can do
Jak 2 in general.
is if... Oh, can get a Hellcat and kind of do something funny.
Yeah, right. We have almost 17 minutes underestimate.
Dang.
We have time. I just love how fast Dark Jak gets. Oh, that went flying.
It really is a power-up that like marks the end of the game. Like, you've done it. You've done everything in the game. Congratulations, here's your reward.
And it's like one of the most broken things.
I love crawling. Crawling is giant.
It looks so cursed.
Like, imagine this thing coming at you.
No, thank you.
It's like that big ass spider that's like chilling in the corner of your room. It's just crawling towards you.
I'm getting a new room, thank you. I am
Me too.
moving out.
That spider can keep my house. I'll give him the keys and everything.
It is funny that I say that because I'm actually afraid of spiders as well. So,
Same. No,
everyone
Hellcats
has
are
a good night
spawning.
today.
Yeah.
Sleep tight.
Me at 3 a.m. going for the shredded cheese in the fridge. I should stop reading chat at this point. So sorry, y'all.
Thank you guys a lot for having me on. This has been, I've enjoyed this thoroughly, and it's been an experience that I'll definitely remember.
Yeah, I really appreciate you being on and showcasing the run. Y'all, this has been a blast. Even with the cursed conversation the last 20 minutes, well, it's still been fun.
Yeah.
It's still been fun.
My bad.
It's all good. No,
I take the blame for
I'm
it.
cursed. I'm cursed. It follows me. It's my fault if anything.
I'ma just say it like that. If I ever end up on here again, I will do it again. I will read cursed food messages again. Take my word for this. Take my word. I only need chat to say some cursed stuff about food. I will read it.
And I will be big sad. Do you have any of you have any other closing thoughts or shout outs, anything you want to say?
Shout out the Jak community, man. Shout out all the Jak community. All you guys are the most wholesome people that I have found in my life, and without you guys, I don't know where I would be right now. I'd probably be working some 9 to 5 that I hate. So where I'm not doing that, I am forever grateful for it. If there's anyone else that wants to share something, they can.
I believe it.
Yeah.
It's been
Just
said
happy to be
already.
here.
Shout out to
happy to be
the
here, man.
Jak
I'm just walking
community.
by. I'm just walking by. No, I guess I take the word for it then. First up, obviously, also from my part, thanks or a big shout out to the Jak community as well. Also, big shout out to Open Goal devs for making Open Goal or rather Jak playable on PC. It's like a huge thing. Some of them have a job. They spend all their free time working on Open Goal, which is really huge, and I'm really grateful that we have them work on this. And my last shout out is gonna go to Skeletor, obviously, for having me here also on this commentary. And actually the last shout out GDQ for having us here today.
Facts.
Literal facts.
All right. I think that's all the shout outs out the way.
And shout out to chat.
Shout out chat.
To everyone watching, obviously.
Thank you all so much for having us. It's been a blast.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
appreciate y'all being on. Like I said, it's been a blast. I've enjoyed it. Everybody, make sure you go follow all 4 of these fine folk. They definitely deserve it. All great Jak community members. With that said, we unfortunately don't have any more show for you tonight. We do have more shows coming up for you tomorrow. We have First Step starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, followed by Game Masters at 10 p.m. Eastern. Hope to see y'all there. Have a great night, everybody.